examiner. I own a digital forensics firm that does training, service, and research.
And the digital forensics firm that you own, what's it called?
Hexordia, Hexordia.
And how long have you had your own firm?
3 years.
Morning.
Now, Ms. Hyde, if I could ask you to talk a little bit about your educational background and your work history. Starting with undergraduate, where did you go and what, if any, degrees did you receive?
My undergraduate degree is a Bachelor of Science in Electronics Engineering Technologies. I was on active duty in the Marine Corps at the time, so I went to several schools. My final graduation was from ECPI.
I'm going to ask you to slow down your speech a little bit, if you can.
Absolutely. So my final graduation was from ECPI, College of Technology.
She's not going to slow it down, you guys. So we're going to slow her down a little bit. You know, it may be annoying because it is Jessica Hyde, but we're going to.
However, I attended several universities because I was on active duty at the time.
And following your undergraduate, where did you go from there?
From there, I went and completed my tour on active duty. I went into work in the field and eventually then did my master's in computer forensics from George Mason University.
And what about was it that you received your master's in computer forensics from George Mason?
I received my master's, I believe, 2014.
And as far as, you mentioned that you had started working a little bit post-military, but before going to grad school, is that right?
Correct. I started working in digital forensics in 2010.
And where did you begin when you started working in 2010?
I was a contractor for a company called American Systems, working at the Terrorist Explosive Device Analytical Center, called TDAC.
And following, sort of going forward to when you received your graduate degree, if you could speak a little bit about your work history since then.
Sure. So I continued to work at TDAC while I had completed my degree. That was doing digital forensic analysis on phones that were connected to improvised explosive devices. So most of the phones I received was post-blast, and I would recover data from that and analyze that. From there, once I had completed my degree, I went and worked in the regular private sector. I worked for Ernst & Young, now called EY. There I was one of their mobile forensics experts, working a variety of cases, everything from insider threat and insider trading. Then I really missed doing more public service work. So I left to go to the National Media Exploitation Center, which is I worked there as a contractor under a company called Basis Technology. That organization supports 22 government agencies in the intelligence community, supporting the things that are either the highest priority or the things that other organizations can't support. So we were the center of excellence for the U.S. government in mobile exploitation, and I ran that team there.
Yeah. And then
from there, I can go from there. From there, I went and became the director of forensics for Magnet Forensics, which is a company that develops tools for digital forensics. So there I was in a position where I did a large amount of research into new artifacts, unsupported access to devices, etc. I was there for 5 years before starting my own firm.
And then what did you, no, I'm sorry, let me start again. as far as what, if any, teaching experience in relation to this?
That is an excellent question. I've actually been an adjunct professor at George Mason University since 2016. I've taught 20 terms in their graduate program. I teach the mobile forensic analysis course in their digital forensics master's program.
In addition to your work and your teaching and all your training, are there any professional organizations related to your field that you're a member of?
Actually, several. I am a member of the Organizational Scientific Area Committee on Digital Evidence, which is a part of NIST, the National Institute of Science Technology. I am a member of the Scientific...
Right there, she just confirmed that she is a member of the National Scientific Institute, blah, blah, blah. Did you guys catch that? Let's put it back for a second. Hold on.
Are there any professional organizations related to your field that you're a member of?
Actually, several. I am a member... working group on digital evidence, also called SWIG-DE. I am the chair of a project called DFIR Review that does peer review of academic work that's done by practitioners in the form of blogs. I've been sharing that project since 2018, or when it started, with our first publications in 2019. I am the first VP at the International Executive Committee level of the High Tech Crime Investigation Association.
And I don't know if you guys understand that, but this is an industry, right? It's a community, well, where they all sort of like collaborate together, and they exchanged either days at seminars or whatever. But she belongs to the same community where Ian Whiffing belongs to. I wanted to point that out. Also, the United States Scientific Institute, as the Secret Service National Computer Forensic Institute, it's located in Hoover, Alabama. Okay, it's a state-of-the-art facility that this is what they do. It's all related to forensics. They do teachings there, they do seminars, they do conferences, all sorts of stuff. Most of the work, right, that what goes in this institute is funded by the federal government. I wanted to point that out. It's going to get a little bit confusing as we go, but I'm trying to break it down into pieces so everything makes sense when I bring this up. So let's go back to her and share this tab instead. Hold on.
Also called HTCIA, which I've been a member of since 2012, and I've been elected, I'll ascend to president next September. I am also, I do a lot of volunteer work. I also am an associate member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, AAFS, and I just recently finished my term as an associate editor for Forensic Science International Digital Investigations, which is a peer-reviewed journal in the academic space of digital.
So what that means is, for instance, if Ian Whiffin publishes a piece on his blog, right, and you're going to hear him later on where he testifies and acknowledges that this is how he is peer reviewed. He gets people within the same community, right, and he gets them to examine, research, and study the blogs or the findings, I'm sorry, his papers, and he gets them peer reviewed by collaborators. And Jessica Hyde is one of those collaborators that peer reviews Ian Whiffing's work.
Forensics, and I'm still a reviewer, but I stepped down from my duties as an associate editor.
Bringing me to my next question, what, if any, sort of articles or publications have you published in relation to?
Great question. I've published a paper on the standardization of data recovery. I worked on that with Dr. Owen Casey and Dr. Nelson. That was published in Forensic Science International Digital Investigations Journal. I also was the second author on a paper related to the use of AI in digital forensics, artificial intelligence, and I've published numerous articles, blogs, white papers. I've probably published about 20 of those, but just speaking to the peer review work, there's 2.
When you say peer review, can you explain to the jury a little bit about what that means and what that process entails?
Absolutely. So a peer review.
So we're going to pause it because in essence, what I wanted to explain here, right? What I wanted to explain in this little piece is that all of these people know each other. They all know each other. They all work together, right? Which is normal. I'm not saying that this is not normal. This is normal in, what do you call that? In this community. So you sort of rub shoulders, hang out, attend conferences, seminars, and you are constantly working with a group of people that have the same background as you do, right? That have the same interests, same professional background. And what you try to do is to collaborate in a way that it enhances your own curriculum, but also highlights your work, because that's what happens in this line of work. So I wanted to establish the fact that she knows Ian Whiffing. Ian Whiffing knows Jessica Hyde. The first person who came into this whole case was Ian Whiffing. And Ian Whiffing came into the case because Richard Green was hired by the defense team. And in September 2022 or so, he reached out to who? To Celebrite. When he reached out to Celebrite, he put in an inquiry. That inquiry was related to trying to find out more specifics into a physical analyzer that Richard Green used, just like Axiom and magnetic forensics, right? To analyze the 227 tab, search, deletion, whatever you want to call it, because this is part of the confusion. It becomes a paella where you put rice and shrimp and all other stuff, and everything is just mixed in, and nothing sort of is clear as far as what is it that we're talking about. So Richard Green contacts Celebrite. Celebrite is one of the physical analyzers that Richard Green is using. Richard Green is also using other physical analyzers. But in this particular analyzer, he wants to talk to somebody within Celebrite to clarify some of the concerns that he's got, right? So when he picks up the phone and contacts Celebrite, the intake person in Celebrite picks up the phone, gets what it is that Richard Green needs and wants. He's calling on behalf of his company, which has been established for a long time. It's called United States Forensics. Richard Green has a vast background, experience, training, education, competence in all related to his job. So does Jessica Hyde. It's just that hers is more recent, right? She's younger. So her experience may not be as wide and great as Richard Green is. But we're talking about two different generations here, right? You saw that Richard Green, it's in a different category as far as age, competence, experience, and even his company, right? Compared to Jessica Hyde or Whiffen. And we're going to get to Whiffen, but we're going to do this in order because I need everybody to understand there is a clear chronological order of events in all of this that is going to be self-explanatory once we sort of dissect and divide every single thing that happened and what happened first. So we start with Richard Green. He's contracted by the defense attorneys. He contacts Celebrite because within his audit, research, his analysis, he bumped into something and he wants further explanation. He contacts Celebrite, and Celebrite, the intake person, takes Richard Green's request. He escalates it, which is what he's supposed to do. But during that escalation, the answer never comes back to Richard Whiffen. Give me 1 second, you guys. I'm going to try to figure out what's going on here because let me see if I can fix this. Because I'm not going to be able to share the next thing if I don't fix this first. So give me 1 second. No, get away, get away. How do I take that out of there? Hold on. Okay, I'm not sure what I'm doing. Hold on. Oh my God. Okay, I don't know how am I going to take that out of there, but I'm trying to bring something else. Okay, here we go. Oh, I see what I did. Okay, so in an effort to provide you all with some sort of documentation, right, that brings some sort of order to all of this. And I know I told you before, and you know that I have been working on this document for a while. And even though I have not finished the actual report, I actually concluded what the audit is. Thanks to all the FOIA requests and everything that has been shared with us, I have been able to finish this. So what I'm going to show you, and I am sure you can you see it? It's where my report comes in. All of my notes, my findings, how I started putting together, finding what I needed to support every time that I move a little bit further and that I found further information. I needed to figure out first if I had documentation which could support that finding, but two, I needed to construct, right, almost like a timeline of events. Can you see it better? Because sometimes, and you know this because we all live in the same world, just like every single consequence is triggered by an action, in this situation, every single thing that has happened is also triggered by an action. There's been an effort, right, that is visible, that is documented by a series of documents and email emails, starting with the hiring of Richard Green, which happened in September. So late September and early 2023, that's when Richard Green identifies the 2:27:40 a.m. search, which Apple calls it, and every digital forensic analyst or researcher or expert, they call this an artifact. An artifact is an item. Anything that you want to inquire about, anything that pops up, anything that is found, anything that is identified. If it's a 1, it's an artifact. If it's a circle, it's an artifact. If it's a search, it's an artifact. If it's a phone call, it's an artifact. Everything is an artifact. So this search artifact, which is on the browser state.db file, WAL file, right, was identified by Richard Green. He contacted the Celebrite support, customer service support, in regards to the last visited timestamp. Why the last visited timestamp? When you have a search, right, before you search anything, the first thing you have to do is you have to type it in, right? You got to type in on a tab what it is that you're searching. That type in by itself is an artifact. It gets recorded on the write ahead log, which is the WAL file. And I don't mind, I don't care, I don't mean to be like sounding like a teacher or that I'm like giving you guys a class or anything, and I can't see any of the chats or what are you guys telling me right now. But what I'm trying to do is sort of like put a logical explanation behind all of this, because there is a lot of misconception out there, and everybody needs to understand this and be on the same page. So when he contacted customer support never contacted him back. What they did was they escalated internally. They brought it all the way up to the public relations person. And that public relations person contacted Ian Whiffen. At that time, and this is what I called an internal leak, right? Because if I work in any company that provides customer service, right, that is a platform, if I'm calling Google to find out where my Google whatever went, I'm expecting Google to call me back, right? I'm not expecting Google to call Capital One because I'm calling Google because they charged my card. No. Do not call Capital One. You call me back, right? And you let me know what the heck happened with the charge that I did. So the first affidavit that Richard Green produced was April 11th, 2023. And now we're going to bring it up. He submits, right, like his whole enchilada in regards to this search, the house loan to die in the cold. Something that I need to point out is that there is a difference between the house loan to die in the cold and house loan to die in the CIKD, right? Or the other one at 624. And this one is a very particular, unique search that it wasn't sort of a search. It was an attempt to open a tab. Someone typed in house loan to die in the cold and then tabbed out or left it hanging, right? But at 2:27:40, there was an attempt to delete that entry. So in April 2023, Ian Whiffen contacts Norfolk County District Attorney. Okay. Now, we need to put a pause here because to be fair in all of this, we also need to understand that by then, Norfolk County could have had, oh my God, you can't see this. Hold on. Oh my gosh, I just saw what you can see, and this is not going to work. So give me 1 second. There we go. Jesus. I'm sorry, you guys. I don't know how many times am I going to apologize to you guys. Here we go. Can you guys see it? I bet you can now. Let me go back to the 5 comments. Oh, Jesus. Okay, here we go. So, okay, I see you guys. She did know, Ian. Yeah, she did. You're fine. You can go back and catch up later. How are you, Charity? Okay. Well, and you can come back later. So, okay, I'm all caught up on all of those. So, going back to this document, don't forget that Guarino said initially that they were not able to do whatever extraction on John O'Keefe's phone because they were waiting on whatever upgrade, whatever, for Celebrite. So that tells me that they had already been in contact with Celebrite, specifically to Ian Whiffen, which makes sense why when Richard Green puts in his inquiry, nobody responds to him. What they did was they ran with that information and they called Norfolk County, and he goes, hey, there's a guy here called Richard Green who is putting in an inquiry, a request, and he's trying to figure out how to what's going on with the 227 call. So what they failed to understand was that their duty, just like Jessica Hyde, and I'm going to show you in a minute, as a provider, right? If somebody calls in, was supposed to go back to Richard Green. Even if they were already working with Norfolk County, they were supposed to go back. Ethically, they were supposed to go back to Richard Green and answer Richard Green in regards to his inquiry. So that's a big boo-boo for me, because in my books, I call that as a leak. It's an internal leak. It's an ethical violation. This is not how people should, or companies should, be proceeding, especially if they are one of the physical analyzers that is being used in this huge, high case, right? So Guarino and Tully are the ones that are involved in this, right? It was the defense who found this artifact. It was the defense through Richard Green who found the artifact. And I'm not saying that Guarino did not identify it when he did his search. I'm not saying that he didn't see it. What I'm saying is that the person who brought it up to Celebrite and tried to inquire about it was Richard Green and his company, United States Forensics. Okay, so now if we go back to May 9th, November, the first person that we see that is involved with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office is Guarino, because he was the one who did the extraction on Jones' phone, and he did so in January 31st, 2022, right? So we know Whiffen is already involved in the whole thing through Celebrite, with Norfolk County. But what we didn't know is that right after that happened, Whiffen involved Jessica Hyde, his buddy. So we're going to hear it. Hold on.
Office in relation to this case.
worst thing is, Lally just told, he lead it. He didn't even ask who contacted you to be involved in this case. He said himself, when you were contacted by Norfolk, we don't know who contacted her. Why are you putting words in her mouth? He did not want her to know, want her to say to everybody, right, in open court, in front of the TVs and the camera, sitting on the witness stand, and possibly, potentially committing perjury, that she was contacted by Ian Whiffen. So we're going to play that again.
Now, Ms. Hyde, if I could turn your attention to May of 2023. At some point during that month, were you contacted by the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in relation to this case?
Yes, on May 4th.
May 4th. Are you guys listening? May 4th. And we're going to look at the emails with this date. So start taking your notes. May 4th, she is saying that she was contacted by Detective Tully via website. So if I prove to you that that wasn't true, are you going to fall from your chairs? Because, let's see.
I was contacted by Detective Tully via our website about this case.
And eventually, was there a contract that was executed and you agreed to do some work in relation to one specific area of this case?
Yes, contract was executed on May 9th and work began on May 10th of 2023.
And as far as the specific information in relation to this case, what was it that you looked at? Or I'm sorry. Let me start by saying, what was it that you were asked to look at?
I was asked to look at two specific Google search terms that took place on January 29th.
And with regards to the information that was provided, and we'll get to that in a moment, but with respect to the question that was asked, was it a question that was posed, or were you asked to find some sort of specific response?
I was asked to look at the timelines and timestamps related to those Google searches.
Now, with regard to what, if anything, was then provided to you, or what, if anything, did you review in the course of your analysis?
I received two reports. I received the affidavit from Richard Green, and I received the report from Trooper, I don't want to butcher his name, but something along the lines of Nicholas Garino.
Perfect.
Oh, good.
And is it your understanding that Mr. Green was a...
So, this is just hilarious. Hold on. I'm going to show you something. So she just said May 4th, right? So let me see how I can switch here and show you this instead. So we're going to pause this, and I'm going to bring this to you guys. And look. What do we see? Can you see it okay? Let me see if you can see it. Yep. So I love doing this. Like, I really love doing this. It's almost like, you know, calling somebody a liar in their face and having everything that you need in the top of your palm to let them know you caught them. You caught them. There's no other way to say this. I'm not going to sugarcoat it, and it's just not who I am. But this is April 24th. I'm going to go back to it so I can show you how this coincides with what Mrs. Hamburger just said. Hold on. Let's see. Okay. And what does it say there? Let's see. In my initial Celebrite UFED Reader Report version 7.53.0.29 that was created on where? When was it? May 4th. The search history of Jennifer McCabe's phone had 2 Google searches in Safari for house long T die in CIKT and house long die in cold at 6:24:37 a.m. Now, let's make a mental note. Those 2 are different. How long T die in the CKDT, right? Which, if you search something different, is going to note it. This one is house long die in cold. Hold on. So those are 2 different searches, which makes them different from what we were looking for, and that Richard Green reported that he found when he was analyzing Celebrite Physical Analyzer and Axiom Forensics, right? Because what he was looking for was how long to die in the cold as a entry on an open tab on or about 227:40. That is completely different. So this started between Guarino, O'Keefe, in regards to the O'Keefe murder, right? From Tully to Tully from Trooper Guarino on April 24th. And they're saying that on May 4th, 2022, that was the original finding. This memo is over a year and a month later, April 24th, 2023. So these are all the details that are really important when we're looking into this, because if we miss it, we're never going to catch anything.
Correct?
That is correct.
In addition to those 2 reports, what, if anything else, did you receive in relation to your analysis?
On May 10th, I received via U.S. Postal Mail a copy of the drive with data from a phone that was identified to me as belonging to Jennifer McCabe. It was a full file system extraction from a gray key. On May 10th, I received via U.S. Postal Mail a copy.
So she says that she received on May 10th something by mail, right? And that, hold on. And that it was identified as the digital extraction from Jennifer McCabe. And if I look at May 9th, and this is, again, all the information that was shared with all of us in by the FOIA situation. We are going to find that she was sent an email And that email contained information that she needed to put her report together. I'm looking for that email at the same time that I am talking to you guys so I can show you. I'm going to let this roll for a minute.
Copy of the drive with data from a phone that was identified to me as belonging to Jennifer McCabe. It was a full file system extraction from a gray key.
And so when you received that information, what, if anything, did you do with it?
The first thing I did with that data set after having been retained was I made a forensic copy. I used an ArcPoint Atrio to copy the data from that original disk, which was then placed in our safe, to our working copy drive.
And that ArcPoint Atrio, what is that?
It's a forensics tool that does extraction and duplication.
And then once that process was completed, what did you do?
I immediately verified the hash values of my new image to make sure that it matched the hash value of the original image.
And what is the hash value?
A hash value is an algorithmic numerical representation of the data. So when you have a hash value, that value is unique to a certain set of data. So when you have that same hash value matching, you're ensuring that your copy that you made was correct and not in any way damaged or corrupt.
And as far as matching those hash values, were you able to do so?
Yes, the hash values of both the copy I made to work from and the original matched. They also matched the document that came along with the drive stating the original hash value.
And then what did you do from there?
From there, I processed the image in several forensics tools. I used Celebrate Physical Analyzer. I used Magnet Axiom. I used a tool called ARTX, A-R-T-E-X. I utilized a tool called iLeap, and I later used a tool called Sanderson Forensics SQLite, but I did not use that tool at this point.
Now, with reference to the tools that you used, that you just went through, are those fairly common tools, or are those tools that are commonly used within your industry?
Yes, they are commonly used digital forensics tools that are very standard for other forensics examiners to use on mobile exploitation.
And as far as those different types of tools, so I guess my question is, there were a variety of different tools that you used.
Correct.
And why were you using the different tools?
So different forensics tools have different capabilities and look at data a little bit differently. Phones have thousands of applications. If you look at the Apple Store or the Google Play Store, you can download a total of 6 million apps between the two. Commercial forensics tools, they can only support so many applications. So they each work and support different bits of data. So it's important to use multiple tools so you can see the results from different data sets and be able to compare those results and enhance those with manual analysis.
And with respect to using those sort of different variety of tools, from Celebrite to Axiom to ARTX, et cetera, is that something that you typically do as far as your normal process of conducting a forensic analysis?
Yeah, that's very, very typical for me to process with multiple tools to ensure that I'm getting the most complete interpretations from forensics tools. Of course, you go beyond that with your analysis, but it's absolutely pertinent to do that. I would run some of those tools before others because of speed, and so I can begin analysis while other tools are running.
If I could ask you just about the last one that you mentioned, just briefly, as far as the Sanderson tool.
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how that interplays with the other tools and analysis?
The Sanderson tool is meant to look at a specific type of data structure called a SQLite database. SQLite databases are very nuanced, and this particular tool allows you to take that database and explore it at a deeper level than the other forensics tools allow.
And just for the record, when you use that term as far as a SQLite database, how is that spelled?
It is capital SQL, lowercase ITE. And SQLite is also commonly pronounced as SQLite, so both pronunciations are acceptable.
Now, once you received the extraction, made the copy, and then ran it through of those variety of tools, what is it that you specifically were looking at, and what is it that you were trying to ascertain, or the question that you were trying to answer?
So in looking at that analysis, I was focused specifically on the data that took place on January 29th. So the first thing I did was I limited my search within those tools to that period, and I looked at the artifacts that they were parsing pertaining to Safari history, as Safari was the browser that had been in use at that time.
Now, in addition to looking at those search, what, if any, information were you looking at in relation to deletion?
I'm sorry, I could not hear you.
In addition to looking at those materials as far as those searches were concerned, what, if anything else, were you looking at regarding that data with respect to deletion?
I didn't hear the last word. With respect to?
Deletion?
Deletion. I apologize. Thank you. Yeah, so one of the things that was asked, one of the things that was actually in the affidavit from Richard Green was that it was stated that there was belief that one of the search terms had been deleted. So I was specifically looking at that search term to see if what the reason was for the suspicion of deletion. There is the tools denote things based on how they are running as an automatic process. The tools are designed to parse through large amounts of data to make it easier. So the tools will often flag certain data as recovered, and sometimes there is confusion between what recovery and deletion means. That actually was the subject of the paper I referenced earlier that I co-authored. And the tools are sometimes misinterpreted that that statement of recovery means deletion. So I was exploring that.
Now, you mentioned specifically there were two searches of interest that you were exploring. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what were those two searches, and what, if any, information did you have in relation to those?
I had the information from the two reports that had been written in terms of what they found. And the two search terms, one was HOS, H-O-S, long tit, to die and cold, and the other one was how long T-I, die in C-L-K-D.
And what, if any, information from your starting, if you could, sort of walk the jury through as far as your analysis, what you first observed, and what your analysis consisted of as it evolved?
Absolutely. So when I first looked at it, some of the tools surfaced the data from a specific storage called the, just make sure I get the entire path for you. com.apple.mobile Safari plist. It is very common in mobile devices for it to look like a reverse domain name. Like you normally would go to a site like CNN.com. Typically, those names are like the opposite. So com.apple is going to be representative of a native Apple application. So this particular plist was related to that. A plist is, or called a property list, is a data structure that's unique to Apple devices. And there is data pertaining to Google search, not just Google searches, search history that's stored there. There's also, I found evidence of these search terms in Knowledge CDB. The Knowledge C database is an Apple database that is meant to store information about users so it can determine future functionality, what you're looking for, etc. So that's the Knowledge CDB. It's more of a system level artifact. And then there was also, and these were the observed search terms, and most of the tools picked up both of those search terms in there. Not all tools did pick up the one that was from the wall, which was the instance of Haslong to die in cold. That's how I'm pronouncing the HOS. If you would like me to clarify it a different way, that's fine. That particular search term was recovered from a SQLite database, the one I later explored, and Celebrite specifically demonstrated and showed that particular search term as a suspended state tab.
Did you hear that? Did you guys hear that? I hope you guys did. Celebrite showed it as a suspended state tab. This is huge, you guys. You know why? Because there are rules that specify that if, let's say for instance, right, under Rule 17, and I know you guys remember the other trial too, that there was a Rule 17 violation. If at any point something was not disclosed, right, or was different from what was presented in trial, that should have stopped the trial like immediately. There are rules and procedures when it comes to information, discovery material, and all of that. And what we just heard her say, right, was that she's contradicting herself. She's saying that Celebrite did find a suspended tab as far as the house long to die in the cold. Suspended tab, not a search, right? Because it wasn't a search. It was that at 2:27 in the morning, and she's going to explain the times too, and how did she convert from UTC to Eastern time. Somebody entered house long to die in the cold and somehow got interrupted, stopped, and didn't complete the search. But what was typed into that tab until into the tab, I'm sorry, was already recorded and registered in the WAL WAL file. I'm going to share this with you because I don't want to bore you, but I'm going to share this and we're going to come back to this. Let me show you this. Let me see, which one is it? Right here. And I'm going to make it bigger, don't worry. This is part of the FOIA. That's all, 3,494 items in this file. So on May 11th, is everybody listening? Can everybody hear me? Hold on. Okay, let's see. Yep, seems like you can. Okay. On May 11th, 2023, at 10:34 a.m., Tully sends an email to a bunch of people that are involved in this case. And he says, "Good morning. I want to keep you updated of the progress that," hold on. Oh my God. Go. "I want to keep you updated on the progress that," can you guys hear it or see it? Oh my God. Yeah, it's big enough. You guys can see it. So in the Karen Reed case, we are gathering everything that is needed for the May 25th evidentiary hearing. We have retained an outside digital expert, right, to review the phone data of Jennifer McCabe and what? And support Trooper Guarino's findings that the Google search "House Flown to Die in the Cold" occurred at 6:30 and not at 2:35? Where does that come from? Can you believe this? So the experts that have been hired are to expertise to review, not to provide expertise or analyze or research. No. Guarino already did that, right? It's to review the phone data of Jennifer McCabe and support Guarino's findings. Now I'm going to show you something else. Stay where you are. I want to ask, and I'm going to post this on X because I need an explanation for this, because this doesn't make any sense. I have documentation that on February 2nd, 2022, both Jennifer McCabe and Kerry Roberts signed a consent form for their phones to be extracted, right? So if we look here, can you see it? Oh my God. I wish I had like 17 other monitors. Yeah, you can see it. Yeah, to support Trooper Guarino's findings. It was never to research. It was never to analyze anything. It was just to support what his pitch was going to be in English, in plain English, without no bullshit. So this is the evidence number 22, which I imagine is the year, right? 11233. So they are checking an iPhone. That's the device name. And the device name, the owner is Jennifer McCabe, right? It's got 101.41 gigabytes. And the version is 15.2.1. And that's why I need to get Katie involved because she turned this in at 12:18 p.m. I have the consent form within this folder. The consent form is signed by Jennifer McCabe on 2/22, February 2nd, 2022 at 12:18. The last backup of that cell phone was at 11:43, which is UTC time. So if I go back and I take 5 hours out of the 11, right, that leaves me with 6. So she backed it up at 6:43:34. But then again, it gets more technical because during daytime savings time, it's not 5 hours UTC, it's 4. So if I take 4 out of the 11, it leaves me with 7:43, right? Right. So, and then she turns it in. She goes to Norfolk County and she lets them do an extraction. And this happened on February 2nd, 2022. There's a reason why I'm being redundant. If we go back here and we see this one, who's this? This is also Jen McCabe, people. And it shows that there was a last backup date of 2/22 at 6:43 in the morning because they're using the wrong UTC conversion, right? But if we look here, it tells you that they did a different extraction on 5/31/22, not 2/22/22, no, on May 31, 2022. Another extraction of Jen McCabe's phone, but this time was using a different analyzer, which is the Celebrite analyzer. I'm looking for it. Hold on. It's right here somewhere because I saw it earlier. And region time, Guarino, MSB, Proctor, Apple, model. Where did I see that? Because I saw it. Let's see if it's here. I'll find it. I'll get to it. But this is a different date than this one, right? This is a great key extraction that was done on 2/22. And it tells you that the OS version of the phone and blah, 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 right? But it also tells you that the only thing that coincides is the backup date. Even though in this report, it has it on UTC time, on the other one, it has it on Eastern time. So this one doesn't register anything else other than what happened on February 2nd, 2022. It tells you what the extraction size is. And then if you look at the other one and try to compare it to see if it's similar or it's different, it looks to me as it's a different extraction. But this one was waiting, almost like if he was waiting. Look at the version of the great key here. And this one, the physical analyzer 7.53.0.29 was the one who was used. And this is a different date. So did they did a second extraction on they may have produced based on the same great key extraction that they did on February 2022. They produced a different report once the Celebrite upgrade was done in the system. That's the only thing that makes sense. Because why provide two different ones? That's the first thing that comes to my head. And then the next thing that I'm looking here is that, wait, on the first one, when it goes down to the, hold on, not that one. Where is the house loan to in the gold? You gotta go, because they're not organized, they're not in order. And that's why sometimes this type of things take a minute. Well, while we're at it, and I'm gonna become ADDHD now. I don't know if you know, but this is the post that Tim Albert shared on his Facebook with everybody else. This report is huge. It has pictures of the morning of. Hold on. And we're going to come back to the affidavit of Richard Green. Okay, let me see if it's this one. Okay. So the extraction that we just looked at on Jennifer McCabe, right? The first version of the Celebrate report that they pulled as early as May, it showed that artifact, and we already talked about that, this line, this item, this thing that they found on Jennifer McCabe's, they found it as deleted. Deleted. I think that deleted doesn't necessarily has to do with a search. I think that what was recorded on the browser state.dv WAL file, which has a unique identifier number, which is this one, and it's going to be different from the other two that she tried to do to overwrite the initial and original one. That number is pretty unique. It can only be attached to one artifact, to one thing, one item, right? So if they initially found this, and Richard Green was the one who brought it to the attention of Celebrate as one of the company's physical analyzers that was being used to analyze Jennifer McCabe's, and everybody ran, and by, I'm going to take a picture of this with you guys here just so I have it, because that way I can save it in the thing rather than being searching for it. But and I'm sorry, but you guys are kind of like working with me. But if this was indeed found as early as September, late September, after Richard Green was hired, and the beginning of 2023, right? When Richard Green contacted Celebrate trying to find out what the heck happened with these searches, right? And Celebrate ends up calling, what's his name? Norfolk County, Guarino, and doesn't call, what's his name? Richard Green back. Don't forget that this first extraction happened in February 2022. And this report goes back to another pulling of the same thing of May 31st, 2022, right? So if we go back to these emails where they're talking to each other and saying that, and Jessica Hyde just told you that she was supposedly contacted by a website, blah, blah, blah. We know that Richard, Ian Whiffen reached out to her because she has peer reviewed his work. So by the 11th, she already had by mail the extraction report of Jennifer McCabe's phone, right? We know that. So, and we also know that by the 11th, there are series of emails. This is June. We're going to look in order. This is June, so we're going to work backwards. This is one of the last ones, but I'm going to show you one of the first ones, which is the 9th. That's Bukaki. I'm looking for, no, that's in regards to the thing. I'm looking for specifically Tully Guarino in regards to Jessica Hyde. So that's the first one we find. That the one that I showed you earlier, where he's stating that they have found somebody to support Trooper Guarino's findings. And the original finding was that he did find that artifact as deleted on the Celebrite analyzer. And that because Richard Green alerted Celebrite and Celebrite escalated it, and Whiffing called Guarino instead of Ian Whiffing back, then there is information where what they tried to do was to upgrade or remove or change the physical analyzer that was put in place that identified that artifact. Because if they remove or upgraded the physical analyzer, the next one will automatically make that particular and a specific search disappear. Does it make any sense? So if I work backwards, because these emails are not all in order, I'm going to show you how Jessica Hyde, Norfolk County, Brian Tooley became buddy buddies. Jessica Hyde writes, and we're on first name basis now. Hey, Brian, the defense attorney called me, telling me that they read my report and asking to speak. I said I couldn't, that I was heading to a meeting. He said he would have his associate email me, schedule. I was surprised they would call, did not email. And that is Jessica Hyde, she, her, contacting Brian Tooley. They are an aggressive bunch. Thank you for the heads up, Brian Tooley says. And then Jessica Hyde goes even further and then says, well, let me share. This is the following voicemail that I received to my BIOP account. Hi, Miss Jessica, this is Alan Jackson with Elizabeth Little, and we're calling in regards to blah, 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 blah. And she's sharing that to Tooley. So if you need any more information that these people were not hired as experts, they were hired to support a specific narrative, the exchange of these emails tell you that they were hired to support Norfolk County District Attorney. Because if they were experts, they would be willing to talk to both parties, right? They are experts analyzing and researching a specific artifact that Norfolk County, the Commonwealth, right, is getting. So therefore, as part of the discovery, the defense team should have access and should be able to, reach out to these experts and ask questions in regards to their discovery on the case. But they were not hired for that. They were just hired to support. Now, it's going to get worse before it gets better, but I'm going to give you a prelude because we're pushing close to, I don't know how long, let me see. Let's see. Yep. Oh yeah, I this was a homework and a half. So Richard Green, anomaly number 6. Guarino took custody 222. Yeah, at 12:08. Yeah, I found those consent forms, and he was giving passwords to the phone. The device was not accessed for imaging until 2:25. Interesting. That I didn't catch. That's it. That's a good catch. And then, yeah, it's a different tab at the 6 a.m. searches. And not only is a different tab, but what happened to what I was showing? Wait. I thought I was showing this thing. Okay. And hold on. Let me go back to it. It wasn't only the fact that it looks to me almost like they got consent from both. And Carrie, it's funny because Carrie's phone and McKay's phone, and we're going to bump into those consent forms because they're here, were handed or provided at the same time and extracted at the same time. And they both signed the consent form at 12:18 p.m. on the same date. And that date, February 2nd, 2022, is relevant, not only because that was the date that Karen was first arrested, but it was also the date that both of these people signed consent forms. And it was also the date that Guarino and Crawford, whatever, dissolved their video editing company. And I have proof of that too. So 222 was like, it has so many things tied to it. Also, the actual funeral of one of the officers that died in the New York people that Higgins and Kevin Albert and Brian Albert supposedly went. One of the two officers, I can't remember whether it's Mora or Rivera, but one of those two kids, their funeral was on the 2nd too, not on the 28th, like Brian Higgins said, just one of them. So February 2, 2022 is tied up with a lot of information. Now, if I look at these emails when they're, and that's what you guys were not looking at when I was showing, if you look at these emails, when they're going back and forth and Jessica Hyde becomes Tully's best friend, right? Letting her know when Alan Jackson contacts them and all of that stuff. And hold on. And well, they're reaching out again. Yeah, they are very aggressive. Yeah, well, yeah, they don't quit. Yeah, this and that, right? What they show is that as early as, and I'm getting there, I gotta do this slower than I'd like to. Wait. You see, like this alone, like that alone, if they actually did their job on Jen McKay's phone the right way, why do we have this call log looking like this? Why doesn't it look like John O'Keefe's phone, right? That's John O'Keefe's phone. It's got an evidence number, a call detail, and all of that. But if you look at Jennifer McCabe's, it has the evidence number, but then look at the break on this. Why doesn't it look like a normal exhibit? Why does it look almost like if they poured it? I don't know if you see the difference. USF 05 page 01. This one doesn't have any reference. It's almost like if they pour it into an Excel sheet and they took the lines off and they're making us believe that that was a result of the extraction. This one is just pathetic. And for them to believe, look how Jones look. Apple Health data. Everything is clean and he has his reference, his USF reference, but Jennifer McCabe doesn't. Why? Why not? So, as an update, Alan Jackson just called me and left me another voice message yesterday requesting that I schedule a time to speak. I have not responded. Oh, thank you. And Brian Tooley says, thank you. You know, they're just, at this point, you know, they're already finding her to be annoying. So just, oh yeah, thank you. They're trying to, let's just keep it up. Just as a follow-up, I submitted an invoice to Deborah Leahy. So this is as early as May 30th. She's already submitting, and she doesn't say I, she says we. So we're going to get to that we later because Adam Lally touches a point. At one point, I don't know if you heard it, he says, why do you say we? Oh, we peer review each other. We, whatever, I guess we peer review the invoices too, because she's saying we will have an invoice to you by Monday. So she says that she submitted it to Deborah, and that's on, let me see the trail here, on the 25th, and then just on the 26th, we will have Tolly, says Jessica Hyde wrote, Brian, just as a follow-up, we submitted an invoice to Deborah Leahy. On the 26th, Jessica Hyde wrote, yes, we will have an invoice to you by Monday. So you see that they're coming backwards. I'm reading, the first papers are not the first papers, are the last papers. So the DA's office is working on payments before July 1st. Can you submit an invoice so we can, for the work you've done so far? I am sure I'll be hitting you up for more, but we'd like to pay as much as we can during the fiscal year. So what you guys may not know is that every fiscal year, right, each government agency has their funding already assigned. You either use it or you lose it. There's a 30-day window that you can like appropriate and fund funds like up to the end of the fiscal year, but they have to be expended or used, or they, with prior authorization and expenditure approval, right? They have to be like paid within the first 30 days. And most agencies are like that. Federal and civil are different, but that's how fiscal years work. So they are wanting, right? And I thought the entire time, I thought that that's the reason why they needed to have the trials scheduled on next specific dates, because if they were working along also with the fiscal year, then they had more room for expenses. And it's easier as you're getting closer to the fiscal year, because people are in the rush to spending all this money because they still have it on balance. And what happens is, if you don't spend it, you have to return it. And nobody wants to return any money, especially when there's so much need, right? But in this case, it's very particular. Very particular. But now she puts him on point, because she's saying, well, I'm sure and Brian Tully covering his behind, right? Well, thank you for the heads up. I spoke to the district attorney, blah, blah, blah. And he offers the same advice as he does with all of his witnesses. You are free to talk to anyone you want and remind you, but then he reminds her, you are not obligated to. And that part is redacted. We can't see what it is. But again, up to you, right? So he's putting the ball on her court after she shares this voice message that Alan Jackson left on her BIOP line. So, and this is like pathetic. This is like childish. Like this keeps going and going. Like they're playing among themselves. So, and now the same sort of characters, right? But then they change, because you can see why. When it has to do with a search, there's Guarino, Tooley, and Chris Kelly are involved, and Jessica Hyde and Whiffen. But when it comes to the tail light, then you bring in Hunt, Brandon, and you also bring in Proctor, and then Bukaki is involved at some point too, and Lally also. So Lally is involved in some of them, but not all of them. But if we keep looking at this thing, one of the things that actually caught my attention is this. Hold on. I'm going to see if I can get there. I don't want to get into that because that's a different topic. It's a different tentacle. Hold on. That's Trooper Paul stuff. And let me see. This is another copy. Yeah, that's another copy. There are so many copies of the same thing. Michael Proctor was reserved on 525 to testify by the defense. That's the one we just saw that I took a copy of. And I wanted to get a hold of that so badly. This guy, David Trubb, used to be the, what do you call it? Spokesperson, PR person for Norfolk County. At some point, I was dying to look at his stuff. And even though we don't get a lot of stuff from him, the little that I obtained on this FOIA request, it's mind blowing. And, you know, I wasn't expecting any different because I knew that, you know, there's middle guys involved in this thing. And it's like when you play volleyball, you have somebody in the center, you got somebody in each corner, one in the back, one on the side. Everybody has to play their part. Otherwise, you're going to drop the ball. And this is the best metaphor to describe that. There's this reporter, which at some point try to, you know, get to the meat of it and ask them. It's like, well, but they're talking about that this is this, that this is that. And we're going to get to that later. That there's corruption, that they're trying to do this, that they're framing her. And if you see how the spokesperson for the Norfolk County District Attorney responds to that, it's just like, oh my God. You want to look at binary numbers? There you go. That's from Bush. Good luck with that. So I pass that to my kid. Let me see. So don't tell me. Brian, the defense attorney, called me telling me that he had my report and he's asking to speak. I said I couldn't, that I was heading into a meeting. Again, that he would have maybe that's the same one. So maybe this is another one. Hold on. So same one. Hold on. That seems to be a little odd. Who answered that? Michael Proctor. Let's see. From Adam Lally to Michael Proctor. So let's see. Well, that seems a little odd. See below. But they're forwarding something from, they forward to Michael Proctor the email that Jessica Hyde sent to Tully. So they're all on the same page, right? We're all on the same page, right? Yeah, I'm tracking. So wait. So let me see. Okay, today, a hearing of court in Norfolk County Superior Court regarding the pending Rule 17 motion. As you are aware, arguments regarding the Rule 17 motion were scheduled for an evidentiary hearing tomorrow, 5/25. In the past week, 2 members of Norfolk SPDU and 2 civilians were served with summons. What? By defense. Wait, what week? As you are aware, 2 members. So Mike Proctor was one of them, 2 civilians. The DA's office filed an opposition having an evidentiary hearing for the rule case law allowed for an evidentiary hearing in response to the position of court today. Okay, so I know that one of those was Michael Proctor, and I think the other one was also Kevin Albert, but I haven't been able to find something to confirm that yet. Hold on. Why am I going so slow? Can I go quicker? Okay, wait. Same thing. 24th, 25th. And this is 25th. Thank you. Thank you, Jessica. They are an aggressive bunch. Just as a follow-up, submit another invoice. Or maybe that's the same invoice, the same email. One. We gotta weed whack these documents because there's a lot of pages that are repeated and they're the same thing. We were made aware, and this is from Tully, that someone posted Judge Beverly Cannone's something in the comments of a TV Facebook post. It appears the property belongs to the judge. Also, in the post, there is a reference to the judge knowing the brother of a witness. Yeah, that's Sean McCabe. They know each other. That's no secret. Everybody knows it. So both reside on the same county and known each other for a long time. Wait. I'm not reading that. Look at Colleen Crawford sending Total Boy videos to Ryan Tooley. These people are a joke. That's another one. So, and that is in regards to the hostage video. Somebody started sharing, sent something saying that the hostage video was a violation, and it was, of Rule 3.6, and because pretty much what Morrissey did was, declare Karen guilty while she's innocent. She hasn't even gone through trial, and that's why one of these reporters was contacting the district attorney and the public relationship guy. Look, fanciful conspiracy. Pretty much discarded it and said, well, no, that's not possible. But wait, generate 21 such number. Websites which contain statements attributed and name law enforcement sources. According to defense counsel, these articles represent only a tiny fraction of the media articles published following the arraignment. Counsel represented a Google search using the terms Aaron Hernandez and murder. Generated 21. Oh my God. Yeah, he made a mistake, but also there's indication here that speech was sent from one of the McAlberts to Morrissey to finally stand up and do something on their behalf, because they about had it when this all was happening. But I added like the timing of that to the timeline that I put together, and that's the Aaron Hernandez case. And it is amazing because it's almost like, it explains why he didn't have any more patience anymore. Everybody, like, there were people sending him emails left and right. We didn't do this. So finally somebody, maybe this is what I'm looking for. Finally somebody sent him, yes, this is what I'm looking for. Send him a thing, and he decided to stand up and give a speech, right? The first of its kind, and pretty much tell everybody that the 11 people that were in that house were all innocent, and that the other one that was guilty was Karen, and she hadn't even gone to trial. So it's like he was the first one to break one of the primary ethical rules when it comes to, legal proceedings. But I'm going to show you this. So this guy's from ABC, and he sends an email to David, and he says, well, I want to reach out because, hey, they're alleging that John O'Keefe walked into Brian Albert's home and that there was a lot of drinking and a fight, and the fight got out of hand. They say that O'Keefe was brought down to the basement and beaten to a point of unconsciousness, and then he was taken out on the snow. The defense says that the fight stemmed from previous arguments O'Keefe had with the Albert's nephew. They also allege conspiracy, blah, blah, blah. Do you want to hear what the answer, David Trubb, which is the public relationship guy for Norfolk County, these are his answers. So, number one, they allege O'Keefe walked into Brian Albert's rep. We've read that already. The answers for David are in blue. John O'Keefe never entered the house at 34 Fairview. Investigators obtained and analyzed data from the victim's cell phone, which showed that the victim never entered the residence at 34 Fairview at all. Now, wait, let's start with this. When is this? This is July 28th, 2023. Do you guys remember when the trial was? The trial hadn't happened yet. But do you understand what this means? The trial hasn't happened. There hasn't even been a ruling. She hasn't been found. Wait. Yeah, 2024, and it was the hung jury, right? And then, right? Yes, this is 2023. The first trial was in 2024 and the second trial was in 2025. Why am I getting confused? The second trial acquitted Karen on June 19th, right? Wasn't it? If I'm not mistaken, 18th, 19th. And yes, so, and the first trial was a hung jury. So I have put answers together in blue. Oh my God. And this guy, this should be a crime by itself, because he can't just say, like, attest to something that hasn't gone through a legal proceeding, and there's a jury that hasn't even ruled anything on anything, and nobody has heard these arguments by then. Investigators obtained and analyzed data from the victim's cell phone, which showed that the victim never entered the residence at 34 Fairview at all. According to the GPS data from the victim's cell phone, after exiting the defendant's car, the victim's phone remained stationary in the area where the victim's body was recovered, and his cell phone was located underneath his body. Is he an idiot? 8, and he says persons, 8 people present in my God, in the home, at the home, oh wow, have testified that they did not see the victim enter the residence. 3 others who were parked outside the home, see document 70, the Commonwealth, 3 others that were what? He's talking about probably Ricky Dentano, Ryan Nagel, and Sarah Maxson, Heather Maxson. For the first part of the time of this, did not see the victim enter the home. The defendant is speaking. So he's already attesting, right? Oh my God, this is really bad. That alone should have alerted somebody that this is so wrong. So wrong. The defense says that the fight scene from a previous page 7, document 70, states that in addition to the medical examiner's finding that there were no injuries present consistent with the that all the testimony establishes that Colin Albert, while present at Fairview home upon the Albert's arrival, had left the home well before any of the guests, blah, blah, blah. O'Keefe did not enter the house. Colin Albert was not present when Reed and O'Keefe arrived outside. How do you know that, David? Like, I want to know. How do you know that? There's no history. I don't know if everybody understands this, but did you know that Juliana Nagel was actually interviewed by the investigators in October? I mean, there were so many people that were involved in this that it took months and months and months and months and months, because that didn't take priority. The priority was not interviewing people who could, share some light in regards to what happened. The priority was that as early as January 31st, we already had a great key initial extraction on John O'Keefe's phone. And we, by the 2nd of February, in less than 2 days, we were going to do what we had to do to make it work. And everybody was in sync, in tempo, playing their own little instruments, like in tune with the rest of the orchestra. And there is a maestro which is directing this whole thing. And that maestro is now trying to run for the hills. I mean, he's the little maestro. I think there's like different maestros in these things. But this is ridiculous. This guy sent a request for information. And what this guy did, this is how he answered him. He didn't even pick up the phone. He didn't have the balls to pick up the phone and have a conversation or invite him in or entertain a media, right, person that is trying to get information to share with the rest of the public, because they're hogging it and we want to know. And what he does is, this is what his response is. That is pathetic. And then you're complaining why other people got megaphones and got in people's faces and started asking questions. It's because this is your job. You're the press officer, director of communications of the Office of Norfolk County District Attorney. And if you're representing that office, then you do your job. And if you don't want to do it right, then you guess what? Get out. But then if you think about it, who's the boss? The boss is Michael Morrissey. So if he's got his back, he thinks he's doing a great job because that's what he's told he's supposed to do. Nightline. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm going to show you something else, and then we're going to go back to what brings us here today. Let me see. If this is... No, that's not what I want to show you guys. Did I say this is 3,494 pages? Wait, I have some highlighting here. Let's see. So this one was from Norfolk County, compliant. Okay, this is important. I don't know if you guys remember, but there was a hearing back in the day, one of the first hearings that happened early on before the first trial started. And, oh, well, we can see a stamp here, and it says July 24th, 2023. During that hearing, and we can try to pull it up if somebody sends me a link. I don't think I have another extra finger to find anything else. But if somebody sends me a link, it's the hearing that they're talking, and Eddie is arguing that Karen Reed has a personal conflict with the proposed forensic examiner. And everybody thinks, well, is that Guarino? Well, a lot of people thought initially that it was Guarino, because what happened later on, that we all found out that Guarino missed 32,700 messages from Sandra Birchmore's case, right? But turns out that the proposed forensic examiner that the Commonwealth had, that Karen Reed had a personal conflict for, was no other than Christopher Kelly. Christopher Kelly is the director of the Digital Evidence Laboratory that is at the office of the Attorney General's office, right? And he was the one who was going to, prepare or contacted by the defense counsel and alerted him that the initial privilege information procedure was completed and that the forensic examiner prepared and provided the defendant with the data for review. But the first thing that was stated was that, hold on, that Karen had a personal conflict with him. And if anybody mentioned that, everything was supposed to stop.
Automated tools parsed. However, Celebrate was the tool that found that particular search term.
Cool. Now, you used a term in there as far as a wall or a write-ahead log file. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you please explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is based on your training experience?
Absolutely. This is a really interesting data structure, the way it works. So the way SQLite databases work is the data before being committed to the database, which is almost like an Excel spreadsheet if you think about that. Each table is like a page on an Excel spreadsheet. The data before going there goes kind of to almost like a text file, like if you were to have a doc of writing all the changes that need to happen to that Excel spreadsheet. And they're not made to that spreadsheet until it closes. So what happens is as you're doing things, either adding a website by searching for it, or closing a tab or deleting a text message in a SQLite database in general, both things you add are written to that text document or things you delete. So they all hang out there together. So it's any changes that are going to be made since you started using that application until it's closed, then they change there and then it reopens. So to make an analogy, if you're in a restaurant and you order some food, the food being the data, and you at the table being the table that the data is going to, when you request that data and you say, I'm adding it, it goes to the area where the waiter or waitress or server is going to grab it from, right? That warming station. That is almost like our write-ahead log. And so different tables are ordering food and food is constantly being put there. If somebody, maybe their steak came out rare and it needs to be cooked more, when they send it back, it'll also go to that warming area. So you can see there that you've got things waiting to go out to the tables and things being sent back to the kitchen. So simultaneously, that storage area contains both the newest stuff waiting to go out and the stuff coming back. And that's really what a wall file winds up containing: your newest Google searches, your newest text messages, etc., as well as anything that you've been deleted, that you've said was deleted, because the reference in there is going to be delete this entry. And so then all of those don't happen until the application is closed and reopened. If the application's been closed, when we do the extraction, we actually don't get the wall file. We only get the wall file if at the time of extraction, that database had not been closed. So that just means that Safari in this instance was still running when the extraction was done. Most of you, when you use your phones, you leave the applications up. So because of that, we have a wall file, and so that wall file is going to contain both data that's been requested to be deleted and new data. Now, when I say deleted in this instance, I don't mean like you as a user saying delete this old text message. What I mean when I say deleted in this instance is removed from the database. So when we're talking about something like a Safari tab, deletion from the database can occur because you close the tab. We all open tabs when we use our browsers on our phone, and we all close them. And so closing in that instance would be a deletion in the database, but what that's doing is not a user requesting deletion. So I just want to be clear on that term.
That is the correction of the trial dates, which makes the statements made by the district attorney in July 2023 an absolute disgrace, because Karen was never given an opportunity to be considered innocent until proven guilty, because the trials hadn't even started yet. So how can you tell a news channel that you have already decided, that you already have all the findings and all the experts and every single proof that Karen is guilty, when the trial started in April 16, 2024, that ended in a hung jury, right? And the second trial that acquitted her started in April 1st, 2025. How is that? That is a disgraceful behavior, conduct, and performance by someone who is a freaking public servant, because that's what those positions are. They are public servants. So what that tells you is that the gig was already in motion. The pin it on the Patsy situation was the aim of the first year and a half that they were stalling. We think that they were stalling. They weren't stalling. All the efforts were going towards a common goal. Everybody was set up and had their positions in their team. Imagine a freaking volleyball court. There's centers, there's front, everybody on a hockey team. It doesn't matter which sport. Everybody had a part to play. And what they were doing was focusing on how to make it cut and dry, right? So there wouldn't be any hesitation from any gaslighted, brainwashed jury to buy their bullshit and find her guilty, when the entire time she was being framed. So amazed that nothing came out of Morrissey's disgraceful comments. Yeah, but not only that, you mentioned here something that, where was it? Yeah, arrested on the first, and then she was arraigned on the second. Yeah, and the company dissolved on the second too, and then that's when both Jennifer McCabe's and Kerry Roberts' phones were also extracted. Everything on the same day. It's like, that must have been like the busiest day for all these people, because they had all this stuff to do to cover and do everything so it wouldn't like explode on their faces. Can you imagine if they wouldn't have had dissolved that company on 2/22? But don't forget, this company that they had, that it was their civil service employees, and here they are together in a joint venture, right? Having a personal LLC, a private LLC that pretty much does what they're supposed to do in their government jobs. And talk about conflict of interest. I don't know if anybody understands that, but you can't do that. So how do we know that Crawford and Fanning did all this video editing without any additional outsourced payment through their company, and not just receiving their normal salaries for the job that they're supposed to do while they're hired and assigned to Norfolk County District Attorney? Because that would be double dipping, right? That would be a major conflict of interest as well. So the fact that they ran and they dissolved that company, and this is not the first case, because we had the other bar fights where Chris McCollum and everybody else and the other guy that they were involved, and they were saying that these videos were manipulated, and there's court documents naming both Colleen Crawford and Robert and John Fanning. So that's not the first time that happens. Now, yeah, I remember that too. But, and thank God for Josh Levy. But it's not the fact that there's a lot of this. You cannot tell me. Yeah. They did. The beginning of 2025. Then they probably submitted some sort of whistleblower filing, and they're expecting to be paid, right? Because when you submit something like this, if the government actually audits and finds any fraud in regards to this, guess who gets a percentage of that? whoever reported it. So if they are keeping everything tight and quiet because it's for their own convenience, people are probably trying to cash in on this too. Whoever reports, there's a program that is rewarded by the Trump administration lately, right? That says that if you find any fraud, if you report any fraud, you will be compensated a percentage of whatever is recuperated. But you also have to have all the evidence. You got to have it map out, because otherwise this could take years before anything comes up. The government has to assign investigators to do this job. So if you haven't done the investigation for them, and if you haven't done the mapping and the chronological order of events in which all of this stuff is proven, that is actually, it looks like a government inducement, right? Like an encouragement, like we're going to get me these people to support this, to support that, and we're going to put everything together, and we're going to make sure that it's cut and dry so this doesn't come back to us. This is outrageous. Now, regardless, because I don't condemn anybody of anything, but regardless, if you're out there claiming to be a voice for justice or claiming whatever, and that you're looking for justice for John O'Keefe, but then you're failing to actually voice and be an echo, an active echo of all of these wrongdoings and all this crap, and you're keeping it quiet for your own reasons, that what good do you do me? I mean, it defeats the purpose. Nope, it isn't permitted. You can't. And just to give you an idea, and I don't know whether I should even mention that, but there was I had an opportunity to have a radio show back in the day, and at that time I was already employed, and I had to go through a series of procedures because I couldn't mention where I worked. I couldn't mention, it's just like when you work for the federal government. You can't talk about religion. You can't talk about whether you're Republican or a Democrat. You're supposed to do your job regardless. The love is to your country, not to any presidential candidate. It doesn't matter who's in charge. You just do what you're told, and you do it with the highest integrity and highest levels of loyalty. And that's what it is. And point. And that's it, period. Right? So I had to go through almost like a 3-month process just to get the okay. And I had the Country Music Association waiting for me because my show was a country music related. Yeah. So yeah, those were the days. It was fun. But finally I got it, and I couldn't say anything other than sing and produce and do my thing. I couldn't do absolutely nothing or say anything about who I was. And there were times where there were like live rodeos that we were supposed to go sponsor and whatever. I could not be the face of those because I could not be identified of both doing. Does it make any sense? So yeah. I don't want anything to do with any reward, just for, yeah, it's like, this is ridiculous. At the end of the day, it's like, what's more important here? There's a civil trial at stake. And I'm hoping, even if, has anybody brought this up? Has anybody talked to any of the defense lawyers? Has anybody said anything to anybody? Right? This is relevant. I don't know if you noticed, but on March 8th, when we were going through the waterfall video and we were able to identify Kevin Albert there, on the 13th of March, there was another motion that Karen Reed's team entered into the court. And I'm not saying that it was just to give me props or to make me gloat, but Kevin Albert had been missing in action from all of these court legal documents. And until the 13th of March, he made an entrance 13 times. His name appears on that motion. 13 times. Why didn't he appear 3 times, 4 times earlier? Have you thought about that? So I need to get to a point with the Jessica Hyde thing here so I can share something. So hold on. It's not much longer, I promise.
And to that point, as far as, so when you say something has been deleted, specifically with reference to the write-ahead log or the wall file, that's not something that's necessarily initiated by the user themselves, correct?
Correct. And I think that's a common misconception, yes.
Your Honor, just in regard to a side issue, may we approach just briefly?
Sure.
Now, Ms. Hyde, you had used the term earlier in your testimony regarding something within your field called an artifact. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
An artifact is any trace that's left behind by any action on a digital piece of data.
And can you give the jury an example of sort of what an artifact might be or what an artifact might look like?
Absolutely. So an artifact of you sending a text message would be that we would find the database where text messages are stored, and inside that database we would see the time and date that you sent it, who received and who it was sent to. It might not be their name, it might be a numerical representation that we have to tie to another database. Then we would have the message itself. It may be in plain text or it may be encrypted or encoded. And then we may have something called a blob, and that would be a reference to data that's too large to store in the database, so it would be elsewhere. So that would be if your text message included, let's say, a picture or a video.
Now, in regard to your analysis and your ultimate conclusions, in this case, you wrote a report, is that correct?
That is correct.
And within that report, there are a couple of tables and a specific figure, is that correct?
That is correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could, I'd like to publish to the jury Table 1 from Ms. Hyde's report.
Okay.
Ms. Hyde, do you have a copy of your report with you as well?
I do.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, just because I fear it may be a little difficult to see from where she's seated, if she could refer to the table in her report.
Thank you.
Ms. Hyde, what's up on the screen, and I'm sorry, there should be a laser pointer on the desk for you. Do you see that?
I do. Oh, yes.
So using that laser pointer, if you could draw the jury's attention, or direct the jury's attention, I should say, with respect to what are we looking at in this specific case?
Absolutely. So this table here has a couple of different elements that I'm showing in terms of what searches were searched where, and when, and what source of data they came from. So if we look at this first search, I have them in the timestamp order that is associated with the artifact. I want to clarify that we need to discuss the meanings of these timestamps as we go. So this first one that you're going to see is, and I'm just going to reference my paper because of the size, is 0227 and 40 a.m. So that's 2 o'clock in the morning, 27 minutes and 40 seconds. And it is a search for the term HOF, long to die in cold. And that is timestamped in this instance is from the browser state DB, which is right here. The browser state DB is an artifact that speaks to when tabs are moved. So when you're using your browser and you open different tabs, you may have a search that this time pertains to the time that that tab moved. It could be lots of things. It could be you switch tabs. It could be you close the tab. It could be you minimize the application. depending on the version of iOS, what can be that browser state of the tab that changes this timestamp differs. But what's very special to know about this timestamp is that that is not the time necessarily of this search. If a browser is opened and a single search is made, those will match. However, as long as that browser hasn't been closed, moved to the background, etc., if that browser has had any activity that happens to that tab in terms of application closing, minimizing, this can update. That is what that timestamp is for. This search term is always going to be the most recent search term in that tab. That means the last item that was opened in that tab was HOS long TI die and cold. We cannot tell by this particular artifact what time that search occurred. There is a high likelihood that that tab was opened at this time because there was another search that occurred at 2:27 in the morning. It was a sports site. I cannot pronounce it. It began with an H. Hakmok. Okay, thank you very much for the pronunciation. Hakmok Sports. There were a couple of searches pertaining to that done immediately after, but it appears that that's when this tab was opened and the first search done there. So this search, we know was done by this, and we know that it was the last search in the tab because it comes from this source, the browser state DB. And that means that particular timestamp and search pertains to what has happened with the tab. And that's what allows you to open your Safari browser on your iPhone and then open it on your iPad or your Mac and have the same tab. That's the function there. This search here, this is really interesting. So at 6:22:49 a.m., we have an entry in CacheDB that is specifically, if we dig into this URL, this is an Apple suggested term. So when you use a browser and you start to type a search you've never typed before, the browser tries to help you and say, are you searching for this? So as the user began to type the phrase in the immediate search after, which is how long TI to die in CKLD, this particular suggestion came up, indicating in all likeliness that the search term being typed had not previously been searched, because Apple suggested, instead of a previous search, it suggested how long does it take to digest food. After how long to digest food had been suggested, the user then has a search at that time, 6:23:51, for how long TI die and cold, and that is coming from the mobile Safari plist, the com.apple.mobile Safari plist I mentioned earlier, and the search is also shown in the knowledge CDB. That's commonly what we would expect. We would expect that search to be in both of those, both that plist and that database. Then the,
Can I stop you?
yeah, absolutely.
As far as the expectation of that being in both those, the plist and the other database, why is that?
That is because the search is not being tracked not only by the plist for Safari, but also by the system itself to be able to do that predictive coding. So in the future, when you start to type how long, it gives you what you searched last time.
And with respect to that, how long it takes to digest food, based on your analysis, was that search term that was ever entered into this phone?
Correct. The source of that, if you look at this first line where it says cdn2smoot.apple.com, that's what indicates that this is an Apple suggested term, not a user input term.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. If you could please continue with the next.
Absolutely. The next search that was done immediately after the search at 623, the next search was how long TI die in CLKD. Again, we see that search both in the Knowledge CDB and the Mobile Safari plist. And then we have, so we see it in both databases. Then, so that's how long to die in cold. Sorry, I was on the next line. Then at 624, we get the next search, which is HOS long to die in cold. And we have that search again, both in the Knowledge CDB and the plist. If I were timelining this based on activity as opposed to timestamps associated, what I see here is the beginning of a user typing a search, Apple making a suggestion of how long to digest food. The user does not take that suggestion and rather inputs how long TI die in CKLD. They then make a second search of HOS long to die in cold. That search winds up being the last search in the tab, and that is why we see it in the this particular browser state DB. It should be noted that this is in one of those WAV files and not the raw file.
And so as far as sort of towards the top there, and I know we'll get a little more to this in a moment, but as far as that reading at 2:27:40 in the morning, as far as the timestamp associated with the search, why would that timestamp be associated with the search later on in the morning?
Because that table isn't showing the time of that search. It's showing the state of the database. So it's saying that the last time that tab was touched, moved to the background or foreground, was 2:27 a.m. The website, as you search more websites in the tab, that gets updated. So the current state that this is showing is that the tab was moved to the background or opened or some action for the tab at 2:27 a.m. when the Hawkmock Sports, I got it right, Hawkmock Sports website was visited. And then once the Hawkmock Sports website was visited, that tab was in continual use. There are other searches and activity that happens. We don't see that happens eventually. This search gets made at 6:23 a.m., this search at 6:24 a.m. That winds up being the last search in the tab. And because it's the last search in the tab, that's what the final update is and the final status.
So when you say last search in the tab in reference to time, in reference to what time specifically?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Bad question, let me rephrase. So as far as the 2:27 tab is closed and then another search done at 6:23, is that correct?
2:27 isn't necessarily when the tab was closed. That's in my report. I say that it's undetermined because there's a lot of things that can cause that timestamp to be there, including tab being moved, tab being minimized. I don't know exactly what caused the tab to get that particular entry, but it is not, that timestamp is not indicative of the time of the search or any URL that's visited there. That time is indicative of movement of the tab, and the search is the most recent search. So they update at different times.
So I guess my question is, as far as from what your analysis is here, is there any use of that tab between, or is there any evidence or artifact of use of that tab between the 227 timestamp and the 623 timestamp?
So the fact that that timestamp exists at 227, combined with the fact that the only existence of this search is at 624, means that yes, that particular tab was used after 227 when the Hawk Mock Sports was searched. I apologize for not being familiar with that name.
That's absolutely fine. Now, if I could ask you at this point, you had talked about one in particular database having sort of an intricate artifact.
Mm-hmm.
If you could remind the jury what that is, and if and so when you receive that information, what
I would describe digital forensics as the analysis of data from any storage medium that can control data by our review.
Now, Ms. Hyde, if you could explain to the jury when you say the term as far as digital forensics, what do you understand that term to mean with relation to what you do?
I would describe digital forensics as the analysis of
as that sort of interplay between the SQLite database and the wall. What, if any, sort of, as a forensic examiner, what, if any, sort of complexities arise out of it?
Oh, one of the biggest complexities is the assumption that because data exists in the write-ahead log, that a user took an action to delete it. When I teach at the university, when I peer review my colleagues' reports, this is one of the most common mistakes I see. And it's really because some of the forensics tools to indicate that the file has been recovered, they put a big X on it. And that was actually a big subject of that standardization of file recovery paper I referenced earlier. And it speaks about all kinds of files, but actually has a special section on SQLite, specifically because that nuance is often missed by examiners.
Now, in reference to that being marked as deleted or misinterpreted as deleted by a user, is there a specific tool of the tools that you mentioned before, as far as Celebrite versus Axiom versus that has that information that others may not?
So Celebrite and Magnet Axiom, both Celebrite Physical Analyzer and Magnet Axiom, both have file system viewers that then have SQLite database viewers. I would say that those SQLite database viewers have more of a basic function in terms of looking at data in the live database. They don't allow for deep analysis of the write-ahead logs, which is why in my analysis I use the specialized Sanderson forensic browser for SQLite.
And so when you see something like that in a Celebrite extraction, is there, what, if any, further analysis do you do to sort of look behind
Absolutely. Anytime I see an entry marked as recovered, and I'll use the term recovered instead of deleted, by Celebrite, and the source is a write-ahead log, I would go and begin reconstruction of the write-ahead logs using Sanderson's forensics tool to get to the meat of, is this something that it has been deleted, or is this something that has yet to be written to the database? You can often see remnants of that based on how many unique entries there are of it. What the other thing we do is, so I mentioned that when we have the WAL file, it hasn't been applied. So if I take the SQLite database and the WAL file out, and I make another copy of them. So I've got one copy I'm looking at Sanderson, and I take another copy and I actually open it. What's cool is it does the commits. So then I have a copy of the database that actually has all those changes. So I now know if the entry was deleted by just comparing the two. So I can do that analysis by basically making the database think it was reopened, by reopening it with a non-forensics tool in that instance, just to see what it would look like in real life. And then I can look at the difference between the two and determine if something was marked for deletion or addition.
Here we go.
Are there
Here we go.
different reasons from your training, your experience, and your knowledge of these systems? Is there different reasons for why it's your conclusion that that particular search or those search terms were not deleted by the user specifically?
Yeah, well, there's a couple of reasons. First, the way tabs work from a functional perspective, you can close a tab, but there's not really a user deletion function for the tab. And there was no evidence of other deletion, if that makes sense. It doesn't make sense that the term was, I don't see evidence that the term was searched prior to that 624 time. So since the term wasn't searched prior to that 0624 time, the existence of the tab being closed would not mean
the existence of the tab being closed,
that that search was deleted.
The existence of the tab being closed. So for a search to happen, you have to type something on that tab, right? The tab has to be open. So there's got to be existence that the search happened, just like there's got to be existence that the tab was being closed. So you got to like dissect what she's saying, almost like get it out with a spoon, because confusion is what allowed this catastrophe to happen. The tab was open. The words were entered. And the phrase was at 2:27, on or about 2:27 in the morning, house loan to die in the cold.
Because then it would be evident in the other databases pertaining to the actual search, not the databases pertaining to the state of the tab.
See what I'm saying? It would be existent on the other databases pertaining to the actual search, like hitting enter and searching for it, right? But not pertaining, and not existent pertaining to the databases that have to do with the state of the tab. So this was a word salad from day one. And the fact that they're using their complexity and how technical this is to play games with everybody's levels of understanding, as far as the tab was open on or about 2:27 a.m. The search may have not been completed, but the words house loan to die in the cold were entered on that tab, creating a specific artifact with a specific identifier number.
Is there a possibility that the tab was closed? Absolutely. But
Absolutely. So that alone, that's like, I'm looking at Karen's face and Alan Jackson's face on this screen. If I wish Alessi would have been in this thing, because absolutely there is evidence that that tab was closed. Now let's put it into context. Let's say that, you guys asked me to start trying to find out when is the next hockey game in Rhode Island. I open up a tab, grab my phone, open up a tab. When is the next game in Rhode Island? And one of you goes, oh, I already have it. And I don't even complete the search. I leave that tab open, right? And I may close it later. But when I actually put when is the next hockey game in Rhode Island, that comes with a specific time, right? I was interrupted because somebody else already Googled it. I got interrupted. So I never completed my search. The only thing I did was I opened the tab and I stopped. But that doesn't mean that I didn't enter what I wanted to find out on that tab. And then later on, what? Closed it. Wait. That's at 4737.
Was deleted, because then it would be evident in the other databases pertaining to the actual search, not the databases pertaining to the state of the tab. Is there a possibility that the tab was closed? Absolutely, but that is not a deletion.
No, it's not a deletion, but what you should have said there as a citizen, even if it's not your job, but you're the analyzer, just like Ian Whiffen is, and he had background with the damn Canada Calgary, was to say, we found evidence, we may be using the wrong term here, but we did find evidence that there was an entry of House Long to Die in the Cold on an open tab at 2:27:40, and that it was not completed, somehow interrupted. It did not become a search, but there is evidence that that was recorded on the wall file and that it existed. That's what you were supposed to say. That's what you were supposed to do. That is your job, because even though you were just hired to support Guarino's theory as an expert testifying in a trial where somebody's facing murder charges, that was the least you could have done, because it's a moral integrity duty. If not anything, if it doesn't even match whatever it is that you're trying to put in on your CV, it is the integrity that should be held, oh my God, above everything. This is what actually made me continue to look into this, continue to find a way to call these people out. Because let's put it this way. We're about to go into a civil trial, right? And the people who are dancing the Jenga here are the ones that are trying to run for the hills, trying to find immunity, trying to get not deposed, right? Trying to claim like dismissal and get me out of here, retiring way earlier than they're supposed to, even accepting a pay cut on their retirement, as long as they're out of this thing, because they know how much information is available that could come back and bite them in the ass. And the ones that are responsible now may not be the ones that are going to be responsible in the near future. And that's why they are running for the hills. So dancing the Jenga, or the Jenga, or whatever, or the limbo, or whatever it is, the little stick that you go under. But what I'm trying to say is, this is not going to be the only ever trial, right? There's going to be more trials. There are going to be more people accused of doing the wrong thing. And guess what the investigators and all of these people do? what they do is they use Cellebrite and they use Magnite Forensics and they use Axiom and they use all of these physical analyzers, right? And the company that is owned by Jessica Hyde just received a grant of $49.5 million. Yeah. Her 3-year-old company. So if we don't high up the standards on this kind of testimony and on the people that we expect on trials, sworn, sitting on the witness stand to be able to understand the implications of their testimony, the implications of bringing up the truth, do you know what's going to happen? That we're going to continue to convict the wrong people. We're going to try to continue to put in the defense seat people that are innocent, because we have just found a way to manipulate the physical analyzers, the system, and put words into the experts that sit on that chair to testify in regards to their level of expertise. And that is wrong. That is wrong. That goes against our morals. That goes against what we stand for. That goes against of who we are as United States citizens. It goes against our laws. It should go against what the legal system represents in this country. And that is what we have to now advocate for. I don't care how long this takes me. I have no idea how long have I been doing this. It's got to be close to almost a month. What I've hated the most so far is stumbling into these pieces of information that they make you mad. They make you mad because they shouldn't have happened. They make you mad because they should have sufficed enough to stop this. There should have been enough to put a stop to it. It should have been enough to outrage anybody. And you hear Bev talking about grave concerns when she was called in to go into the federal building. This is grave concerns. This is what is grave concerns. This is what fits in that category of grave concerns. We're going to have to join forces and stop this, because it's just not Karen. It's everybody that is coming after her. We have to figure out a way to voice this, echoing this, join forces, and see what we can do to bring this to light. Because it's everybody else that is going to be subject to the scrutiny, the manipulation, and all the shit that these people are doing, that is going to have to face the same hurdles and consequences of not having a fair, clean, legitimate, truthful, honest set of experts that are actually going to sit and testify on true, honest findings. I don't know if you guys know, but you know that there was a case in Maryland, State versus Herrera, where Jessica Hyde was not considered an expert. And her opinion as an expert was not allowed in that trial because what they labeled as surrogate, which means subjective, her methodology lacked to be objective, because nobody has access to Apple iOS proprietary stuff. Nobody does. So if you don't have access to the actual information that allows you to make a statement, your findings, your opinions are subjective to what you believe, to what you think, not based on any methodology that takes you there. Like, I can sit here all day long and say, well, this and that. If I don't have a trail of documents that prove half of the stuff that I have shared with you guys. Everything that I have said is worth peanuts. It's not worth anything. I can sit here like other people do and start telling you, well, my theory, my conclusion, and this is what happened, but I don't show you my work, right? I don't show you anything that I'm doing. I don't show you the documents where I'm getting this information from. I'm not showing you that I'm actually putting in the time. Time right now is more valuable than anything. It's the only thing you cannot roll back. You cannot rewind it. You cannot get it back. Karen is not going to be able to get back any of the time that this has cost her. John is not going to be able to get back his life either. So there's a point in life when you come to a realization, right? That every single thing that you're doing is not to provide some sort of hope for those who have lost their lives, lost their houses, lost their savings, lost their jobs, but also for the ones that are in the future potentially facing similar situations. And that's why we do what we do. Because whatever we do today is either going to better or get whatever is coming even worse than where we are right now. It's the same thing that happens with our parents and us, right? Like you see, our grandparents maybe didn't go to college, and some of them did. And then our parents, maybe they both didn't go to college, or maybe they did. But what that means is that the kids of those kids are going to go to college, or they're probably going to, do something, but they have a role model. If we don't stop this bullshit testimony of expertise that is based on subjective opinions and not anything that is based on an actual methodology, we are doomed. Everybody that is coming after us, our children, our grandchildren, the neighbors of our grandchildren, everybody's doomed. Because what she just said was that there is evidence that the tab was open, that those words were entered in that tab. The search was not concluded. There is evidence the tab eventually got closed, but that's what she found. And at the end of the day, you cannot hang Karen on a technicality that I call it a search, and you call it a tab, and you call it deleted, and I call it suspended. If you found the artifact, which has its unique identifier number, that's all we need. Because what that artifact proves is that there was an intent, a prior knowledge that they needed to know how long would it take for somebody to die in the cult, because their plan was to blame it on the plow. That's all she needed to know. If she didn't want to take the hit, right? So she didn't put a hit on her head that she was the one who threw the McCulvers in jail, then she could have just simply said, we found proof on the Celebrite, whatever, or I'm going to bring it back, that there was a attempt to open a search tab. It existed. It is suspended. Absolutely. Just like she said, she just said absolutely.
To the state of the tab. Is there a possibility that the tab was closed? Absolutely. But
oh my God. So, and hello? Oh my God. I'm going to show you this. February 21st, 2022. To Brian Tolley from Jury Mechanic. Interviews of Julie and Chris Albert. O'Keefe, homicide. That's MB is for motor vehicle, okay? On February 10th, 2022, at approximately 5:30 p.m., Trooper Proctor and I proceeded to 34 Fairview in order to conduct well, it doesn't say 34 Fairview, but I'm assuming it could be a different address. Could be the address where they live. So in order to conduct a pre-scheduled interview with Julie and Chris Albert at their residence. Yes, that's their address. Both Julie and Chris were present at the Waterfall Bar and Grill the night of January 28th, 2022. I'm going to try to make it bigger. And then followed Brian Albert, and then followed to Brian Albert's home in the early morning hours of January 29, 2022. The purpose of the interview was to get their recollection of events of both at the bar and then from 34 Fairview Road. The following is a summary information exchange between Julie, Chris, Trooper Proctor, and I. So this is Buchanan, Proctor, Julie, and Chris. Okay. So it says, following formal introductions, Julie Albert, DOB, blah, 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 provided her cell phone number to be, so she provided her cell phone number to be extracted. Chris Albert, DOB, blah, 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 stated his cell phone number was, but he didn't provide his cell phone number to be extracted. So Julie did, but Chris did. Did you know that? Did you guys know that? There's a lot of people out there that don't know that Julie Albert actually provided her cell phone number to be extracted. So where is it? Because we haven't seen it, right? We haven't seen it. So I go back to the page, right? And then it says, both stated that it has been 4 or 5 years that they have known the victim, John O'Keefe, and only met Karen once in a social setting prior to the 28th of January. Julie told us that Karen was not her friend and only an acquaintance, and that John was her friend. Now, putting this into context, John moved to Canton in 2017, right? He lived in the corner of One Meadows and Pleasant Avenue. Down the road from John lived Chris and Julie Albert before they moved to this residence that they are now redacting the address here, right? 4 or 5 houses on the same block, on the same road, like, maybe 3 or 4 houses down. So before 2020, 2021, when he met Karen, right? 2020, John was, friends with Julie and not so much Chris, but Julie. There's evidence that he actually texted back and forth with Julie, not so much Chris, but they knew each other. And don't forget that they were kids, so people are, right, like very close in that community. So when Julie says that she wasn't a friend of Karen, she was a friend of John, that makes perfect sense. So it's very different when you are friends with a single guy, right, that has kids that he's raising by himself, and he needs everybody's help on the neighborhood, and everybody's cooking for him, helping him out, getting the kids, bringing the kids, picking up the kids, blah, blah, blah. I am assuming that they even had the combo for John's store and would come in and out and help, including Jen and Carrie and whoever, right? Because Jen was also the coach for the football thing, for the soccer thing, for Kaylee. So everything changed when Karen came into the picture, because what is it that we women do? We organize these men, right? We set standards. We set structures. If the combo to the front door was known by everybody and their mother, guess what? The entire combo is going to get changed. The numbers are going to get changed. Even the door will probably get changed too. And the frame. We're going to change the whole thing. We're going to paint the walls, decorate them, and change the entire thing. And that's what Karen did. So I'm not surprised that none of them like Karen. I'm not surprised that Julie calls Karen an acquaintance. I'm not surprised that Karen wasn't a friend of any of them. And Karen only called Carrie because she knew that Carrie was a friend of John. That's why she called Carrie. She didn't call her on her behalf. So when Julie told us that Karen was not her friend and only an acquaintance, and that John was her friend, Chris told us that he had never exchanged personal information with John. Do I need to spell this out? Chris Albert and John O'Keefe were not friends. They had never exchanged personal info prior to the 28th. And I have proof that they did text prior to John's dying too. Now, Chris went on to say that earlier in the day, John came into DNA Pizza with his adopted son. And there's the name. Chris shared with us that he had plans to go to CF McCarthy's or the waterfall later on in the evening. Julie texted John, are you listening? And told him that she was at the waterfall around 8:45 p.m. So these people were like, some of them were like drinking since earlier, telling him to come down here. At 10:41, Julie sent the last text to John O'Keefe. And shortly after, John and Karen walked into the bar. Now, John and Karen walked into the bar at 10:54 at night. Remember? Because 2 minutes later, Kevin Albert also walks into the bar. So 10:41 to 10:54, it's about an hour, not shortly. Julie remembered that John and Karen walked into the bar area. Karen pulled the drink out of her jacket and sat it on the high top table. You know how many times I've looked for that? I still haven't found the time when Karen walked in and pulled the glass out of her jacket and put it on a high top table. John offered to get Karen a new drink, but neither Chris nor Julie remember whether he followed through with it. Okay. Shortly after this, Julie developed a migraine and left the bar to go home. Yeah, well, the way that she left that bar at 11:16 running, she ran out of the waterfall. You can go find it on the long version of the video. She's like sprinting out on a V-line out of that bar. And I'll tell you exactly when did she do that. Not only the time, 11:16, but like, what was it that triggered that? She developed a migraine and she went home. Left the bar, go home. Chris stayed behind with the rest of the group for a few more drinks. Chris told us that he purchased a round of shots of Fireball whiskey for the group and that was not sure exactly who drank theirs and who did not. Well, that's bullshit because he was right there, center, next to John when they all toasted, lift up their hands and their arms and you know, salud, and everybody drank their thing. So Chris told us that John was drinking Bud Lights during the evening. Chris told us that John actually got Karen the same drink she brought in. How does he know? How does Chris know what drink Karen brought in? I mean, Julie talks about a glass, right? And that makes sense. Okay, if you see a glass, you see a glass. I didn't see a glass, but I wasn't there. So, but to go from she got a drink or a glass out of her jacket to the point that he knew what drink it was that she brought from CF McCarthy's? No. Which he assumed it was vodka, soda, water. Chris stated that he walked out of the Waterfall Bar and Grill and he remembers John and Karen walking in the opposite direction of his path. How does that work? Chris stated that he walked out of the Waterfall Bar and Grill and remembers John and walking, he's talking about when they left, and suspects that he walked right and the couple walked left on Washington Street. Now, we all know that this is BS, right? because when he says, well, I suspect that I walked right and the couple walked left on Washington Street, where did we see Chris looking towards? He looked towards the right, he looks straight forward, and then he walks where? Towards the left as he sees the Yukon leaving, right? Chris recalls John being dressed in a baseball hat, gray sweatshirt, and jeans. When asked about the drink that Karen brought into the waterfall, Julie told us that it was taller, cylindrical shaped glass with a lime in it. Both Julie and Chris agreed that Karen was not shit-faced and that John was always reserved. Julie told us that jokingly, John and she had a conversation about a block party since the Alberts moved away. Julie told us that jokingly, John and she had a conversation about a block party since the Alberts moved away. So I guess the Alberts are Chris and Julie in this conversation, and they had moved away from living closer to where John was. This is 2022, right? And then by 2022, Chris and Julie Albert were not living on the same street as John was, as they did in 2017. And that John was not intoxicated, and Karen was totally herself. According to both Julie and Chris, nothing about their behavior indicated that neither one was drunk or even buzzed. So they both held the conversation perfectly fine. And when asked, Julie and Chris stated that there were no arguments between anyone present at the bar in general, but specifically no issues between Karen and John. Julie told us that she was asleep at 4:55 in the morning on January 29, 2022, when her phone woke her up and it was Jen's missed call. That's how she found out that about John dying. So, whoa. So there's a call. She misses her call at 4:55 in the morning, and that's how she found out that John was dying. But Jen, Carrie, and Karen didn't find John until 6:03. So somebody needs to make that make sense to me, because that doesn't make any sense to me. When asked, both Julie and Chris told us that John did not have any injuries on his face during the evening at the waterfall, to include tears, rips on his clothing. When asked to list everyone present at the table, Julie and Chris had mentioned everyone previously was accounted for. Additionally, Chris mentioned that a great couple that was at the end of the table, and Trooper Proctor since has positively identified the two and scheduled an interview with them. Without having any more information to provide, Trooper Proctor and I concluded our interview of Julie and Chris, and we thank them for their time, blah, 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 right? So a couple of things that are relevant here. I don't know if you guys remember, but on the first trial, the first thing when they were being interviewed, Chris Albert said that he went home. Do you guys remember that? And nobody was able to confront him after we found out, when the evidence came out after the first trial, that Chris and Julie did not go home. Julie did not go home with a headache, and Chris did not follow her home either. And Chris and Julie were not together when Colin supposedly came upstairs and said, "Hey, Mom, I love you, I'm home." No, that didn't happen. So, but there was never a chance to confront Chris Albert about that, because in trial, he said, "We went home." And he didn't make it to trial 2. So nobody had a chance to actually confront Chris Albert. But Chris Albert lied because he didn't go home. He followed Brian Albert to his house. Now, don't forget on that statement that we just read, because I wanted to put things into context, it was Chris Albert who invited John to the waterfall. And there's somewhere there's also information that the first thing that John O'Keefe asked Chris Albert was, is your brother Kevin going to be there? A lot of people in the beginning were thinking that John was asking about Kevin because he wanted to meet Kevin or bump into Kevin. And quickly, a handful of us came to the conclusion that it was the total opposite. John was asking Chris Albert if your brother Kevin is going to be there because he didn't want anywhere. He don't want to be anywhere to be found or bumped or anywhere. He didn't want to be anywhere where Kevin Albert was going to be. Why? We'll talk about that later. So when Chris mentions in this document that he followed Brian Albert to 34 Fairview, right? Right here. Why would he say that he followed Brian Albert to 34 Fairview? Because Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Caitlin Albert, Nicole Albert were the first group to leave at 11:59 p.m., right before midnight. He didn't follow them unless he went with the second group. And the second group is Matt McCabe and Jen McCabe, right? So if he didn't know, Julie texted John, yeah. And Chris did too. Chris also texted him. There's information on the FOIA where he sent, there's a text from Chris to John that says, you better get here or I'm going to F you up or something like that. But he did send him a text. And that was right before they walked into the Waterfall Bar and Grill. So if the first group that leaves is Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, and Brian Higgins, and he followed Brian Albert to 34 Fairview, and he didn't live with them, and he didn't live with the second group, right? He would have said, I followed Matt and Jen to 34 Fairview, right? And I went to Brian Albert's house because Jen and Matt were the second group who actually left. But he doesn't say that because he was part of the second group that left to go to 34 Fairview. He did look to the left, notice that the Yukon Denali was about to go past him, and he walked that way, jumped in the car with them, and drove with Matt and Jen to 34 Fairview. And that's why his statement is that he followed Brian Albert to 34 Fairview because he left with the second group. Now, I don't know if you guys remember, all of you, but it wasn't until Chris Albert left that John actually abandoned his post. I gotta call it that way because John was strategic as far as how he stood up, where he stood, right, during the entire time, and the few times that he moved, it was indicative of something, right? I know that I don't know if you guys remember, but when he comes in and he's the one that goes straight to Brian Higgins and gives him a huge hug, right? And says hello to them. And I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but some of the videos are disappearing. Have you guys noticed that? Bar and Grill. Hold on. Some of the videos that were Karen Reed case, they're being replaced with shorter version, but the longer versions are almost like you can't find them. That happened to me the other day. I was looking for something, and look, and you find like 1 minute, 6 minutes, and 1 minute and 42. And I'm going, what happened to the long video? What happened to the, like, what happened? Let's see. Yep. Something is happening with these videos. Let's see. Yeah, guys, I don't know what's going on, but these videos are disappearing like little by little. Let me see. Let's see. Okay, there's still one that. Let's go to this one. I'm going to show you this one. Hey, sweetheart, how are you? You're all here. I'm so happy. So, wait, I'm going to remove this one for a second, but I'll bring it back. It's just a temporary thing. Okay. There's no audio. So, okay. So when, luckily, I already should know by heart where are the key timetables. So, yeah. So I should be able to go straight to that and minimize the time that we are digging for information. So Karen and John are supposed to walk in, right? Can you guys see it okay? Yeah. Perfect. At 10:54 and 36, if I'm not mistaken, there's Higgins, there's Caitlin, there's Julie, right below the M, right here. That's Julie. That's Brian Albert, Matt McCabe, and that's Jen, that's Karina Kolikithis, and that's Matt getting closer to Jen to say something. So Karen and John are supposed to walk in. There we go. Wait, look at Higgins. Drink. And I don't see Karen bringing a drink, but he goes straight to, but she could have. She's right there by Julie. So, you know, it's funny because you see Caitlin, and Caitlin is like ignoring everybody. Karen stops and says hello to everybody, and they're waving right now and whatever. But Karen goes right behind Caitlin and ignores her. Like, so obvious. Look, there's Karen hugging Brian Albert. And here goes John. John goes and hugs Karina Kolikithis. There's still Karen talking to Brian Albert. And then Karen goes behind Kaylin Albert, ignores her, and goes straight towards where Jen is. Look. Right there. Did you notice that? That's how they come in. So, and there's Nicole that was in the bathroom. Now she's coming around and she's putting her hand, look, hugging her husband. And she's sort of like joining the table there, right? John is still here. Matt McCabe is still here. There's Karina Kolikithis, Karen, and Karen is right there, right here at the bar. So, this is when they come in. So when they leave, it's a different story. But I want you to take a peek at this for a second. Hold on. I want you to take a peek. Okay, so it's 10:55. Did I keep it running? Yes. Higgins gets up, talks to Brian. Look at the 10:56 mark. It's in a few seconds. The cue is that Higgins sits down, he grabs his drink, he looks at the chair. At the door. When Higgins sits down on his chair and takes a drink, see what happens. In about less than 10 seconds, 20 seconds. Watch. There's Higgins. He sits, he gets his drink, and he takes a drink, and he looks at the door. Look, he knows that somebody's coming. Look. It's coming, it's coming. So it's instead of 10:56:36, it's like 10:56:56. Look at Higgins looking at the door. He hasn't even gotten in yet, and he's already looking. Look, there he is, Mr. Khaki Pants. 99% of the pictures are on khaki pants. Hey, where you going, bro? And then he gives him a hug and he keeps going. And where does he go? He goes all the way to the back and he continues to talk to who? To Chris Albert, along with the other person that he came in with, right? He talks to Chris Albert. But guess who sees him? I'm going to tell you in a minute, because Julie's sitting right here, right? At the table on this side of Caitlin, but she's being blocked by whoever is here, which I think at this point is Nicole Albert that went around. Oh no, Nicole is still here. I don't know who this person is. So this guy, the Kevin Albert personality, takes off his jacket. Did you notice? Now he's on what it seems to be like a long sleeve shirt or polo that has some sort of squares. Look at his little bald spot on the back. And that you still think that's not Kevin. He goes to the bathroom. Kevin Albert goes to the bathroom, right? It's already 10:58. So when he comes back from the bathroom, and there's John talking to Matt McCabe right there. You see it? Right there. And Caitlin is whispering to her aunt. But here's Karen talking to Jen. Everything is fine. And these two are like gossiping over here. And Mr. O'Keefe says he's being a good husband. But when Kevin Albert comes back from, I'm going to tell you later who that is. When Kevin Albert comes back from the bathroom, right, without his jacket, John still doesn't know. Look, taking pictures. Jen McCabe and John. Kisses and pictures. Did you see that? Okay, wait. Look. Okay, let's go. Let's see. Let's see if we see it. So Karen is right here. She's giving Karen a hug. That's Jen. Let's focus on this part here for a minute. That lady just walked in. So Karen, and she pulls, see? There's a hug between Jen and John. That's interesting. So Kevin Albert comes back from the bathroom. A lot of people haven't even noticed that he's there. I don't know that Karen even knew who that person was. I mean, she had no reasons to, right? He has been entertained with Matt McCabe, so he has no idea who walked in less than 2 minutes after him. He comes out, look, right here. And at that point, he's making his way a little bit closer to where the high table is, right? But Chris, who has been all the way over there talking to him, while Julie is here at the table sitting over here, Julie notices right around 11:15, look, he comes closer to where? To where Brian Albert is. And almost like to be seen, right? Because look, and John sees him. You see him? Now John is right in front, like right behind where Julie is. Do you see him? By where Caitlin is. Caitlin, John, and here's Kevin, and here's Brian Albert. And there's Chris Albert over there. Now look, wait. Julie's gonna run at 11:16 p.m. Look, he starts walking. He probably says hello to Julie. Yep, stops. Look, follow the little head here. You see it? Whoever he came in with knows Julie because that little head was closer to where Julie was earlier. And you need to sort of like, now it's not. Now it's over here. So the minute that they all realize that that is who it is, look what happens. You gotta follow. Yeah, John is already by Brian Albert at 11:52 and 11:02. You see him right next to him. Yep. He didn't want to give him his back because the other guy is right there. Kevin is over here. But at 11:16, I still want to know what triggered this. Julie Albert runs away from the waterfall. Like literally runs away. Like, let me see if we can manage to get there. I think it's 11:16. I want to say it was 11:16 when I saw her. And Lisa Davy was the one who pointed her out to us. Okay, here we go. I'm going to see if I can. She notices. Because at that point, you see, at that point, Kevin Albert's head, you see the bald spot on top of the 11:16 and 1:3? That one, that's the head. That's the bald spot on Kevin Albert. I want to say it was 11:16. It may be earlier. I'm not sure. Hold on. That's Nicole, Brian, John, and Chris Albert is right next to, on the other side of John O'Keefe. And Higgins is entertained with his phone. And Karen is talking to Karina Kolakithas and Matt. And Jen. But Matt McCabe, at one point, he's going to abandon his post, which is he's over here. And he's going to go, you see him. And then he's going to stop over there. And he's going to start talking with Kevin Albert. And I think it's at that point that Julie sees him. Maybe when I don't know. But Julie storms out of the waterfall. Just give it a second. See, Brian and John. I want to say that John just stood there because he felt, I don't know, more comfortable. He's explaining something. He's very animated, moving his hands. And they're all talking. And this guy goes over there. So they all know each other. It's impossible to believe that they don't know each other. But I want to try to catch it when I want to say that it was 11:60. Maybe it was 11. Hold on, you guys. Gotta take that. Okay, guys, I'm sorry that I had to take that call. And it is somewhat related to this, so I've been waiting for that call. You guys noticed, right? Did you see her? I sort of paused it when it was her who was coming out of the waterfall. It was right there. It's 11:18 and maybe 35. She starts walking out. I'm going to try to 32. Okay, here we go. And she just goes. She grabs her phone and that doesn't look like somebody who has a headache, right? But if we go towards the end, and I'm going to go to the 11:58 mark, that's when everybody's sort of gathering over here that they were leaving. 11:57, let me see. Yeah, and they were leaving. So Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Caitlin Albert, and Nicole Albert. And then John is giving his front to Chris Albert and Jen McCabe, who are still some sort of leveraging something, right? Karen is talking to Karina Kolakithis. Matt is still in the corner here talking to Mr. Kolakithis. But John is right there. Now, it's not until Chris gets out of his face. Matt's coming back from the bathroom. Okay, yeah, that's right. And it's Matt. He's got something on his phone that he's showing John. Matt, Jen, Chris, and John. And look, that's when John does his last move thing that he does. Wait, Matt sort of like leans over the table and he's showing John something on the phone. I don't know what it is. But that's pretty much the last little group that was there. So when Chris says that he followed Brian Albert, he truly did, because he didn't follow the second group that left. He was part of the second group that left. And John did not move until Chris was out of his face. Chris had to go to the bathroom. Look. Wait, I'm trying to get there. It's almost there. Jen is doing her thing. Look. So they're the only ones there. Chris goes. Look at John. He drinks his drink, but he looks. Did you see that? That is like so obvious. It's almost like he was waiting for him to leave to go. And then the minute that John leaves and everybody starts picking up, and like, what the heck is going on? Let's go back at it again for a minute. Hold on. Look. Let me see if I can make it bigger. Look at John. Look at John. Looks again. He's gone. I'm out. And he gives it a go and he gets out of there. And the minute that John starts walking, so is Matt. Matt and Kolakithis start, let's pick up, and everybody's picking up and going. And they put the stuff back. Then Matt and Kolakithis are the next people to leave. And the last person to leave is Chris Albert. Chris comes back and it's like, so where did John go? Wait. Matt is gone. Mr. Kolakithis is gone. Whoever this person is gone. But they're talking to them like they know each other. I don't know who this person is. I don't know who that person is. Goodbye. See you later. Bartenders. Then Chris comes out. Spent an awful wildly long time in that bathroom. He's already out. We missed him. There he is. Stuck into the white hair, white beard guy for a minute. And then at 12:13 in a few minutes, he starts moving. And then he goes. And that's when we see him that he is outside at the waterfall and he's picked up. He sees the Yukon going, right? Oh my God, don't tell me you were not looking at anything. That's great. Hold on. Here we go. And then he goes. So, yeah, notice that after I came back, I had to take that phone call and then, hold on. This was that's okay. Look at Chris leaving. He's right on John's face. Yeah. John drinks, but look at him. He looks corner of his eye. Look at Matt. Looks at Chris, and then he starts walking out of there. And the minute that Matt sees that they're leaving, Matt starts, okay, well, let's pick up. And he starts leaving too. And then Chris leaves after. My theory is that they failed. They failed to separate Karen and John. There were many fights in the past that these people were, are you able to hear and see now? Were involved, and they all happened at the waterfall. The Lopilatos in 2002, it was at the waterfall Bar and Grill. It wasn't called the waterfall back then, but that was at the same place. You know, most of the stuff that these people have been involved follows the same modus operandi. They do their thing, they beat up somebody, they run to their house, and it wasn't until the next day where they actually go to the police or filed reports or did what they have to do. All of these situations, same thing. I mean, it gets worse with the Lopilatos because Sergeant Good was involved, Sergeant Lank was involved, Chris Albert was involved, the Lopilato brothers were involved, and it was at the waterfall. So if Jen couldn't separate Karen from John, they couldn't get John alone at the waterfall. But I don't know if you guys remember, but when we looked at the surveillance video of the outside of the waterfall, there were a lot of cars hanging out, tailgating. One goes after the other one, and one goes, and then when that one leaves, then the other one follows. And you have no idea who all these cars belong to, except 4 or 5 that we already knew, right? But how do we know? How do we know that this was not going to be some sort of like settling score outside of the parking lot at the waterfall? Jen was supposed to separate, what do you call it? Jen was supposed to separate Karen and John and didn't succeed. And then it ended up happening at the at 34 Fairview. So we don't know that. I do know that this was a little bit more than a fight. So, and then if you think about, okay, so let's think that the fight happened. Let's say that there was a fight between these men. What were they going to do? You know, spend Sunday at home and then on Monday go to work and be all bruised up and like, hey, we had a fight. No, that doesn't happen either. So I don't know. Hold on. I'm looking for something and that's why I'm distracted. Parking lot. Video. On with one leg. On with one finger. Okay, hold on. Ay. Okay, let's see. Yeah, this is the outside. So I'm going to show you this instead. Wait. Oh, you can see it. Okay, so this is at what time? 10:53. So Karen hadn't even gotten there yet. So some people leave, right? And we're not going to be able to see Karen when she shows up because it doesn't show when she first comes in. So let me ask you a question. Do you think that's a Toyota 4Runner, or does that look like a Highlander? The car that is pulling in. Let me see if I can make it a little bit bigger. That's better. Yeah, that's better. So it look like a Highlander to you. I gotta hit play. Or a 4Runner. It could be either or because of the angle and how it's shown. But that's Kevin Albert pulling in and parking. And I don't know if you noticed, but it looks like the owner of that car is the person that is coming in with him, because he's the one that kind of like ducks, has the fob in his hand, and waits until Kevin Albert gets out, and then he closes the door. Look, clicked. Yeah, Kevin, that's your bull's head spot. There's no question about it. What pisses me off is that when I try to go to 11, if I go to 11, was it 11:18 or 11? I think it was 11:18 when Julie Albert leaves, right? So I go to 11:18. And look what happened. It jumps from 11:07 or so to 11:53. Look, it doesn't let us see. Look, how smart, huh? They know exactly what to do. They know the people that they are trying to avoid us to see is the people that they're covering. So, because if there was no issues with Kevin Albert and Julie Albert and anybody who was in this parking lot, this shouldn't happen, right? There should not be almost 28 minutes of missing, hey, leave that blankie, of missing footage on this surveillance vehicle. There shouldn't be, but then it jumps. It goes from 11:07, hit it, right there, and 11:53. 34 something minutes. But then you see that there's people, right, with the lights on. Somebody else just left at 11:53. The next people that are going to leave are Brian Albert and company. Where's Brian Albert and company? Which they live right around, I think I saw them. So a little bit further. 12. It should start. There's some band people who also get on the way and don't let you see. But see how those lights are still on there? That car has been waiting. Look, there we go. So there's Brian Albert right there. Right here. Right underneath where it says trial channel. Caitlin Albert, the van guy. Nicole follows that way. Right? The first one that we see is Brian Albert. So they're all going that way. And then the only car that we see coming out of that way is a dark sedan. Look. Right there. The same dark sedan that we see in front of the Canton Library. We don't see anybody else. I don't see any more lights around this time. I'm going to go back to this and hold on. Yeah. Oops. Well, that's not what I wanted to do. We got a lot of work to do. I have to continue with this, and I need to figure out what happened here. So even I don't know how long it's going to take me, but I need to finish it, and I need to finish a report of what I have done so far. So for whatever it's worth, in the name of justice, in the name of our country, for the love of fairness and, morals, freedom, or whatever, but I have to finish that. I have to. It's almost done. I mean, the audit itself is done, but I need to finish putting it together, and that's what's going to take a minute. But once we do this and we actually can share the entire thing, and it's going to be chaotic. It's going to be great. I mean, I can't wait. I'd rather show you where I got all this information and have a report somewhat chronologically done so I can share with you where I got it, how I was able to put this little web together and then blow the horn or the whistle, right? Whichever of the two, but I can't wait. Hey, oh my God, how are you? But yeah, and we've been going have you noticed that we've been going for 3 hours and 41 minutes? This FOIA situation, this FOIA documents, it's almost impossible to stop. Like you start and it, at least in my case, I can't find a way. Well, and also because reading is a lot easier for me, right? So these days, and it's nonstop. You can continue to look and look and look. Let me see if I can share you the last 2 or 3 that I found that were pretty interesting. But she's driving, she can't look. No, don't look. So I'll try to talk to keep you fun company. Hello, hello, hello. But I'm gonna show you this, which is, let me see. Is it that one? It's this one. Yeah. Okay, so, and don't forget that when oh, this is a good one to show. What does that car look like? Didn't we just look at that car? Doesn't that look like the car that we just looked at? Because that's Jen's. Do you guys know whose house this is? Let me see if I can ask. I don't know if you guys know whose house that is. The car that we were looking at the waterfall a minute ago, remember? Hold on. The car that pulled up, that I said, what does that car look like? Does it look like an Explorer? Does it look like like a 4Runner? Does it look like a Highlander? What does that car look like? Because it is black. There's no question about that, right? But the brand, it has kind of like a boxy look, and it almost looks like a Ford. I mean, not a Ford. Look, there's another person living there. Like a 4Runner, right? 4Runner that belongs to somebody else, because the person that is driving it is not necessarily the person that owns it. Looks like the person that owns it is the person that is on the passenger seat that is pulling in. Look. Forerunner, older Forerunner. Is it black? Looks black to me. Don't forget the angles, right? But 2 people get out of the car. This one ducks down to see if the driver is out, and then bloop, pushes something, almost like he had the fob. Look at the bald spot on that guy, right? So it's funny that when we flip from that video to the other video that we had before, I mean, the other screen that we were showing a minute ago, what we see is a similar looking car, right? Do you guys know whose house this is? I'm not sure if you guys know. That is Michael Proctor's house. That's Jen McCabe's Jeep. It's a 4-door Jeep with a soft top, black. It's a JK. It's an older model Wrangler. And if I continue to look into the same document, which brings exhibits, all sorts of stuff. Oh, what I'm looking for is, give me evidence. Give me something that has a date. Give me something that has names other than Karen Reed. Anything that shows me and tells me that there's been a chain of events here, right? It's November 4th, evidence. Hold on. On January 29th, 2022, members of the Massachusetts CERT team and detectives from the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office include Attorney Detective Tully, Trooper Sashiko, Dune, Keefe, Sullivan searched the area of 34 Fairview Road where O'Keefe was discovered. At 5:45 p.m., investigators located a piece of red plastic consistent with the taillight from Karen Reed's Lexus. The piece was located on the roadway to the left side of the property, left of the flagpole. On February 3rd, Sergeant Mechanic Trooper Chico and myself arrived at 34 Fairview Road. Trooper Brandt from Crime Scene Services responded to documented findings and with photographs. Sergeant Mechanic Trooper Chico and I sifted through the melted snow and located the remaining pieces of evidence. During February 3rd search, detectives located multiple pieces. So I wonder, after the evidence person told everybody that most of these pieces did not match the taillight, like, did anybody think, like, so where did they come from? Whose taillight did they bust, right, to get the other pieces that actually didn't match at all? Because that doesn't make any sense. Oh, I remember. I know what I wanted to do. It was to go over Richard Green's, because we were going to do that the other day and we were not, and then we didn't, and then I said it today and then we didn't. So maybe Scott telling me something to wait a little for some reason. I don't know. Let's see. Michael Trotta. No, I don't care about Michael Trotta. And this is Good Samaritan Hospital. And let's see. Juliana American, Emily Friano, Courtney Alva, Colin Albert, Sarah Levinson didn't leave, stayed at the house during Brian Albert's. I've seen that before. I don't necessarily want that. I want. Hold on. What are you doing there? Michael Morris, Williams. Let's see here. That's what they were talking about, the Canton audit. And wait. I know what it is. Lynn Vellon. And she's another prosecutor at the thing. Oh yeah, some of these people made it to Norfolk County District Attorney. They were sending Michael Morrissey's like copies of Total Boy stuff, Olivia Lambo stuff, anything that they could find. They were sharing it, and Coffin Dagger too. Coffin Dagger made it. And they were saying, well, this seems to be somebody who is a supporter of Norfolk County. So they were identifying people that were not only against them, but also pro them, right? To figure out, they talked about Coffin Dagger having somewhat of a reach, like if they needed to sort of like drop something, something of that nature. I have no idea. After going, this is just one FOIA dump, the one that has the 3,400 and something pages. The other one is actually larger, and it's the first one that I did a deep dive on. This one is a pretty interesting one because this is Christopher Kelly. Don't forget, he's the one that works, he's the director of the Attorney General's lab, forensic lab, and received confirmation a few minutes ago that a redacted copy of the SMS database from Karen Reed's phone is now cleared to turn over to the prosecution team. All of this has been curated. Most of this stuff have been curated. I don't believe you're gonna have to show me the raw data before I believe anything anymore. Because no. Oh, look. Wait. I've seen this one before, but thank you. If somebody can pick it up in person, let's see. I'll let you know. I'll send someone to you to grab a USB. Sounds good. I'm in Farmingham in a meeting tomorrow, but I will have somebody ready. Let me know what time we should expect your team. Nick Corino is going to be there as early as 9 a.m., of course. You got to keep it tight, right? You got to keep it tight. And yeah. Do you guys understand what dual roles are? Like when the chef, the cook, and the dishwasher guy, when you're, you may be working for somebody, but then you're working for somebody else later on, or yeah. I also found out that that one of the first attorneys that Kevin Albert had was Rosemary Escapicio. Did you guys know that? I didn't know that. I don't know whether that's still the case, but early on, there's an email there that states who is representing who for subpoena purposes, like who are we going to send this to, which lawyer, blah, blah, blah. And lo and behold, there's Kevin Albert, and it states that his attorney is Scapicio. And somebody said, well, it's a strategy because if he got her, nobody could use her. And I'm going, I don't look at it like that. I'm looking at it backwards because I'm not so surprised as far as who these people intend to hire for representation. I'm looking at it from the point of view that who agrees to represent certain people, right? Like, I know everybody has seen Trial 4 by now, right, with Sean Ellis, but have you seen familiar faces when you look at Trial 4 on Netflix or whatever? Because, what's his name? Harmonica Hank is there. So, it's like washing your laundry in public laundromats. You can't escape from certain people. Let me see if I can get, closer to where I want it. Oh yeah, that's the other thing, that they're citing some of the articles that Aiden published in the Total Boy News, in the TV Daily News, remember? And there's people also reporting where, and so that's another thing that caught my eye. Why does anybody have to be tattling on Karen and Alan Jackson? Where do they go if they're driving to One Meadows? If they're driving to, why? I mean, everybody is under, you already had your thing. You already had your hostage video. They have every right to go find information or go to the house or try to take pictures to try to justify their theory too, right? And I'm sorry, but I think Nicole is a lot prettier than this person here, because I mean, if something like that shows up at night, I think I may be just screaming, and I am not easily scared. But no, a lot of people say that she's got the thing. I don't think so at all. Like, very ordinary, starting with a nose. But I'm not going to be that person that is going to be criticizing people. But I don't like it when they say that she is pretty. And it's not because I don't think that she's gracious. I just don't think she's gorgeous. And because she's a mean person, I think she's not pretty. I think she's ugly. It's an ugly person. And what is that? Let's see at this one. Possible current residents for 34 Fairview Mass. So for what? So yeah, so this is the former deputy chief of police of Canton. His last name is Kelleher. He's the one that lives right in front of Brian Albert, right? And Carrie Ann is his wife. But in the beginning, do you remember when they were talking about a video camera, ring camera potentially being available that caught the entire accident, blah, blah, blah? They were talking about his house. That's what they were talking about. So let me see something. It's been 2 hours. I'm sorry to say, but she did. She did attempt to search that. She opened that tab. Something interrupted her, but she did open that tab. And what that means is that she knew he was dead, and she knew that the plan was that they were not going to tell anybody, and they were just going to blame it on the plow. It's like, God has a funny way of acting, because imagine that this had happened to Lucky Logren, right? And not Karen Reed. Like, I know that there's a purpose and a plan in everything out there, and I'm not saying that I'm happier that this happened to Karen and not that Lucky. I mean, in a way I am, right? But not like, let's put it the way that Carrie put it. Not technically or intentionally. What I'm trying to say is that Lucky would have never been able to fight this the way that Karen did. Never. I'm not saying that he or she or between them who had more at stake or who had more to lose, but had this, no. I truly believe there is a reason why things are happening the way they are happening. I know that this is not only the accident, maybe it was the fact that he ended up falling down and never came back to, but that's the only accident I see here. I don't yet know what could have driven Jen McCabe to want to separate Karen from John. I have no idea yet I don't even know if Kevin Albert was supposed to be at work on 1/29 at 12 a.m., right? Because he was supposed to be at work. How was he on a funeral? Don't forget, these people were supposed to be flying back, but then they ended up driving back. And then you see him at the waterfall at 11:27, but there's a document that says that he's supposed to be at work at midnight on the 29th. But then the person who is supposed to be off, which is Sergeant Good, he's actually at Canton PD talking to Carrie on the phone at 5 o'clock in the morning and picking up Jen McCabe's 911 call. So I don't know, guys. It's just there's a lot of things that don't make any sense to me. Do not make any sense to me. And everybody can say whatever they want. I mean, look at the thing that this guy puts on his Facebook. I stand by my family 100%. You don't F with them. You do, and I won't hesitate to make you the most miserable person. And so talk about witness intimidation. Why don't they start there? Right? This doesn't make any sense. That's Scallon. I don't know. I can't tell who that is. Let me see. Suffolk County Sheriff. Scallon too. I'm Brian Albert. And Scallon too with Brian Albert and two other individuals. They worked together, and I guess they were private investigators. Who knows? But I have a feeling that we're getting very close, and I think the last motion that came about It's pretty specific. It's actually the most specific one that I have seen so far. Like it's like right on the dot. They're not playing. And that was in response to Tolly trying to get away with this, like trying to find ways to escape, trying to find ways to run through the hills and never be found. He doesn't want to be deposed. He does not want to testify. You just gave me an idea to Daniel. But see what this is? Request for, it's probably a request for a FOIA, and this one is, yeah, same thing. Okay, we're on page 1,000 of 3,494. A couple of people told me that not necessarily do they have access or the time to do this. Oh, this is where the Josh Levy letters start, May 9th. There's a couple of, he actually offered. He offered to testify. He offered to be a part of the thing. He offered the court. And I don't know if you guys know, but there is a protocol, sort of like an etiquette procedure internal, right? Where, you know, we need to allow the courts to do their job because that is part of our legal system, right? But look what he's saying. As you know, indictments have been issued in Norfolk Superior Court, and the prosecution is ongoing. I write to follow up on our conversations regarding the issuance of federal grand jury subpoenas to at least 2 witnesses to the Commonwealth investigation into the death of John O'Keefe. As you know, indictments have been issued in Norfolk Superior Court and the prosecution is ongoing. So this is Lynn Vellon, who's also a district attorney with, what's his name? Oh my God, with Morrissey. Footnote doesn't say much. And then this is a response from another one from Michael Morrissey. Michael Morrissey had the nerve to contact, and I don't know if you guys know who this is, but he sent them a 3-page letter to the Office of Professional Responsibility of the freaking Department of Justice. Oh, but he just gave me an idea. You see, there's a reason for things. At 950 Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest, Suite 3266, Washington, D.C., 20530-0001. Investigation into the... Have you guys seen this letter? Let me see what you guys are saying, because I don't see you guys. Oh, wow. Wait. Yeah, show me the raw data. Me too. Oh, my God. About KA. Yeah, I was the one who posted it, that apparently he retained Scapicio. Lisa Davy, finally, that 911 call, the way Good says what's going on. It's like, yeah, he hit something. Did he hit his head of something? What the fuck? Would Sean Good say that? What's going on? Yeah, why would he say that if he wasn't there? But you know that the word out is that they were all out. And Carrie was out too. That she may have not been at the waterfall, but she was out. So was she at the 32 Oakdale, what do you call it? Blizzard party? Because that's another thing that could have happened. She even made a comment, don't forget. And she says, well, I don't know whether Karen was drinking from the night before. So how do you know? Why would you know? You said you were bowling in Brockton, for God's sakes. It's like, these people can't get their stories together, and you get them talking and they're going to mess up, because you can't lie if you cannot have the memory of an elephant. You got to have a good memory to remember which light you said at what point and when and to who. So imagine keeping up with all of that stuff. That's why Jen McKay says we needed the police to do their jobs. That she went effect. Yeah. The Karen's daylight, obviously, on McCabe. Yeah. Yeah, he's not as smart as you think either. So, yeah, engineer my behind. And there was a second Blizzard party. It's weird. I don't think. Oh, okay. So hear me out. So the second Blizzard party is actually the Blizzard party. I love you too, babe. But look. I don't think that there was any Blizzard party at Brian Albert's house, and that's where we were talking about it the other day. That's why Karen never heard the invitation extended to her, because the people that hosted the Blizzard party at 32 Oakdale were never at the waterfall. So if she's hanging out with the McAlverts, how can she hear an invitation extended to her to a Blizzard party at 32 Oakdale that the people were not there, right? The people who knew about that Blizzard party were some of them, but they tried to say that they had a party going on. Let's go to 34 Fairview, but no. That's all BS. So yeah, but I was gonna tell you something right before I get back. Oh, I was gonna show you. Wait. So, I was gonna ask if you guys have seen all the letters that have transpired between the FBI, the Office of the Department of Justice, and Norfolk County. Have you guys seen it? Because what I can do is I'll try to post them like on the community page, maybe, unless you want me to go through them. This guy had such nerve. It's like, you are so, follow your chain of command, man. You know where you should have gone? To the attorney generals. Why didn't you go to the attorney generals? That's your chain in command. You don't go and write a 3-4 page letter full of BS to DC. Are you out of your freaking mind? So, and then the Office of Professional Responsibility actually answered him and said, "Dear Mr. Morrissey, the Office of Professional Responsibility received your May 18, 2023 letter requesting that the OPR, which is that office, investigates the decision of the United States Attorney's Office for the District of Massachusetts to subpoena individuals who are witnesses in your pending state prosecution." Can you believe this crap? The OPR has jurisdiction to investigate allegations of misconduct involving Department of Justice attorneys that relate and exercise their authority to investigate, litigate, and provide legal advice, as well as allegations of misconduct by law enforcement personnel that are related to allegations of attorney misconduct within the jurisdiction of OPR. However, it is the policy of this office to refrain from investigating such issues or allegations if an active investigation is ongoing or litigation is pending. With regard to your request that another office be assigned, he's backpedaling and waddling and looking for ways to get out of the dealings with the Department of Justice in Boston. That's what it is. OPR forwarded your complaint to the Executive Office of the United States Attorneys, blah, 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 blah. And if they deem appropriate, blah, 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 thank you, blah, 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 blah. And that was that. But then there's another letter. Because these people don't quit either. The thank you for the letter, blah, 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 blah. My apologies, blah, 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 blah. Who cares? So then they email them back, right? And this is Lynn Bellin, and she's also Jay McLeod. Oh my God, these people don't quit. This is embarrassing. And then Jay answers her back and says, "Dear Ms. Bellin, this responds to your June 21st, 2023 letter concerning your putative request for a recusal of the United States Attorney's Office for the District of Massachusetts from pending state criminal matter." Wait, let me read that again. This responds to your June 21st, 2023 letter concerning your putative request for a recusal of the United States Attorney's Office for the District of Massachusetts from the pending state criminal matter, blah, blah, blah. As you indicate, the Department of Justice Office of Professional Responsibility, OPR, informed you that they had referred your May 18th letter to my office for whatever action I deemed appropriate. And this is where it goes. Well, I'm going to tell you how it is. Consistent with the terms of the referral form OPR, I contacted Attorney United States Joshua Levy. Based on my understanding from the discussion with U.S. Levy, his office has a very different opinion of the circumstances in this case as presented in Mr. Morris's letter. His office has not reached any official determination whether prosecution is warranted, but they believe it is essential to continue their investigation given the information of which they are aware. At this time, we see no basis for recusal. So thank you very much for contacting us, and you're willing to provide information. We will see you later. Have a great weekend. Yeah, that was beautiful. These letters were beautiful. I had a show back in the day, and I did it on a phone call with somebody else, which I'm not allied to anymore. But we had a phone call, and I read all of these letters online, and I did a live show. It was pretty cool. But that was back in the day, and it was right before he decided to retire, to leave office. So, and then Hank Brennan, his debut comes around. You know, it's funny because these letters actually tell us that the minute that Hank Brennan came in, the first things that he tackled was that he wanted to start getting together all the little clips and anything that Karen had said out there, or interviews that she had held, or any television, anything. That's all he wanted to do. He wanted to get all of those clips together, and start like organizing them for his purpose, because he was going to try to design a strategy, if you will, to try to like use her words against her. And it's very Whitey Bulger typical. Yeah. And I have a different opinion about Hank, like very different opinion from a lot of people about Hank. And I don't buy it. So the Foreign Institute of International Digital Investigation, this is the place that I was talking to you about, and it's in Alabama, okay? And that's why I say that the chef, the cook, and the dishwasher guy does not work when it comes to federal funding or federal government appropriation of laws or regulations, neither 4FAM, 3FAM, 3FHA. It does not work. USC 5, it does not work. You cannot be the chef, the cook, and the dishwasher guy when it comes to federal funding. You cannot dip in. You cannot double dip. You cannot help a friend. You cannot push a contract. You cannot push funding. You cannot use compensation as an inducement to get what you want. You cannot. And that is the reason why I am putting in my time to dedicate to this damn audit. And now the audit report, the audit is done for whoever is coming in a little late to the game. But we've been at this for almost 4 hours, if not more. Wait, I want to look at something. Let's see. So why are they showing us this? What does this have to do with it? Wait. Don't make me pull Google Earth, because I'll pull it with one hand and I will try to figure out what this means. Wait. That looks like a Faraday bag. Last opened. Results. This becomes powerful tool, specifically when that person has not done any workouts due to trigger logging of any workouts. Oh, coordinate base location, retrieve microland location. They're talking about Faraday bags, right? Yep. So this institute, turns out, is also in Alabama. I will read that publication myself. That's Connor Keefe and Tully and Guarino in cahoots. See below, what iOS was Jones' number running? Oh, attached is the recent publication from Sorrell and Espinosa. And it was, I think it was, what's her name? Jessica Hyde. Heads up, I just ran into Dr. Matthew Sorrell here in Australia at an academic digital forensic conference where we are both giving workshops, but let me let you know that he's working as digital forensic examiner for the defense in this case and will be in the US next year for the trial. He is located in Adelaide, Australia. Just thought I would let you know. Of note is his specialty is usually in Apple Health data. Here, his workshop is on cell site analysis, which is why they were talking about GPS and coordinations and the fact that if you put a phone on a damn Faraday bag, it's going to block all the telecommunication grid from cell towers. So that makes sense. So she shared with them his report, gave them a heads up because, she's working to support Trooper Guarino's findings, right? Guarino, Brennan. Yeah. I wonder, how does it feel, Jessica? Was that like change, like a drastic change for you to feel like you're part of the winning team? Big boys, big league, heavy hitters. Is this the first time that you actually felt like, valued, relevant, important? Was it worth it? Was it worth it? And don't tell me it was Maybelline. Was it worth it? I know you're working with Hank on gathering. Wait, I know you're working with Hank on gathering all these statements, all her statements. Mary Ellen Gray. Here's just a quick running list of the 7th TV clip. I have not added the most recent dateline yet. I will work with Hank to decide which ones he wants transcribed to make it easier to line up. Who the heck is Mary Ellen Gray? Who? Supplemental report from Shannon Burgess. Aperture. Where is Aperture? Aperture is also in Alabama. These people. So if this would have been like a normal trial, right? Based on a normal circumstance, full of normal soccer moms, we would have never obtained or gotten so deep in to the point of grabbing all of this FOIA information, all of these documents. Colleen is at a training seminar and asked her to keep her eyes open for someone who may have expertise on Ring doorbell systems. And this is what she sent. A whole lot of nothing. A CB. Big deal. So if we have not gotten our hands in this, half of this stuff would not have surfaced, right? And I think that's why there was a comment earlier saying that there's a lot of YouTubers that probably had this information early on and not sure why, but they have been hugging this information and not talking about it almost like hugging it for dear life. And I don't know if you guys know, but President Trump has a program where he actually is rewarding people who submit claims or report fraudulent doings or anything that may smell like, like fraud, smoke like fraud. That is a pretty unique search. What happened is that we're having a battle of terms, complexity, accents, and information. It was never a search. A tab was open. Somebody typed it in typed very different from the other 2 times that it was typed in. In this time, at 2:27:40, it was Hoslon to die in the cold. The other times, the typing into the search engines was a little bit different. This one has a pretty unique identifier number. That's the affidavit from Richard Green. So let's see where we are as far as time. Let me see where are you guys at. Pulling behind the stream. And Hank, sound bites, yeah. Ted Daniels, yeah. I may. I'm gonna talk like Hyde now. We, and who are we? Justice warriors. Who? Justice warriors. I don't know how we're gonna call us, but we are critical thinkers, that I know. And we don't take no for an answer. And we are stubborn as hell. So you guys are gonna have to help me come up with a name or a name for a group so we can refer to each other's. I don't want to do lone gamers because even though most of us came from there, I don't want to take that from my bro. That's pretty unique to him, and I want to do the same. I want to have something different. Oh, she's Hank's paralegal, the gray lady. Oh, I see. That's good to know. Gathering reads statements. Wow, so desperate. Yeah. Well, because that was going to be their approach, right? It was going to have to sort of like trying to find a way to put her words to work against her. Yeah, he has some sort of program. Also, the Justice Department through JD Vance has a different program. All of these programs have rewards, right? Like they're rewarded. Like if you actually report something and it's a huge report, you get a percentage back as an incentive. But they talk about the rewards. They don't talk about the challenges, because even if anybody was to go through any of these programs, you cannot just pick up the phone and like call somebody and say, hey, I have something to report. No, you got to do your due diligence. You have to do a lot of work. You got to map it out. You got to put a chronological order of events. You got to supply to them as much as possible, because these investigations can take forever. They're using their own investigators, their own people to track down all of this stuff, right? So the more complete and sort of like finalized and clean and legit that you present it to them, the better it is for them. So there's new people are coming in. Yay. And so what was I gonna say? So yeah, so you do all this work, you put everything together, then you have to submit all the supporting documentation too, right? All the proof. Where did you get that from? Well, did you just come up with it, or are you smoking pot, or what's going on? So after you support all this, then why do I have the Supreme Court thing? Oh, Jesus. Then you submit it, and then they review the entire thing. What they don't say is that there's also potential retaliation, right? You have no idea what's going to happen. You cannot not do something because you're in fear. You do something because you're brave enough that you cannot live with the burden of not doing something when you find something that is wrong. If you find something that's wrong, then you gotta report it. It's like, see something, say something. Well, and now, the defendants are saying, I don't recommend anybody to be a witness anymore because it's so critical. But then when Jen starts talking, she starts grinning. So it's like, who do you believe? Who do I believe? Every single one of these people has so many personalities embedded in one of them. It's almost like they've been playing games their entire lives. They can flip from being one good person to being one bad person. It's amazing. All it takes is to watch them. If you actually dedicate time to watch people, and maybe don't, because, because I think for the most part, sometimes that is the essence of most of my disappointment. I start loving somebody. Somebody captures my attention, and my attention is not captured because they're pretty or they're tall and handsome, or because between you guys and I, they are 6'4" and they're built and they're huge and they're ashy blondes. No, that's not what catches my attention. There is, at least with me, I have to be intellectually awakened. Somebody has to be able, even if I'm at a bar or at a restaurant, if you can only carry a 5-minute conversation with me, it's like, okay, off you go. C'est la vie. Bye-bye. Okay, bye-bye. Because I don't. It's like the typical, hey, what's up? What you doing tonight? Hey, what's your sign? No, I am not. No, I can't. Okay. That I run for the hills the minute that I hear something like that. I can't. So when you catch other people, take a bow. This is outstanding work. I missed the beginning, so we'll rewatch more than once, and I'll likely have to say, cool. Then just leave me comments, send me emails. You know how to get a hold of me. So, but it's like, I want to be intellectually motivated. Why do you think that I follow Lana? Lana has a brilliant mind. Like, I want to be challenged by her. I want her to tell me something that I don't know. I want to know, are you going to tell me something I don't know? And when she does, it's like, wow, she just did. She told me something I didn't know. So I start sort of like writing notes, right? To look into it later. And whenever, those are my puzzles. Those are my live puzzles. So it's amazing how this group of people, this 11 people, which if you think about it, during the hostage video, and that was one of the emails that I found from Eliza Little. She said, you're talking about 11 people, but it's Nicole Albert, right? Brian Albert. Then he never talked about Brian Higgins, but that's number 3. Then you have Colin Albert, who at some point was at the house. Then you have Brian Albert Jr., who said that he was there with his 2 friends. Then you have Juliana Nagel, Sarah Levinson. But then people were not at that point thinking or talking about the potential that we never knew. Chris Albert, Julie Albert actually did go to 34 Fairview, right? They followed Brian Albert to 34 Fairview. In the trial 1, we thought they didn't. So we thought that, we believed them. They said that they went home, and Colin went upstairs and said, I love you, Mom, and kissed them goodnight, and that's it. But they actually followed Brian Albert. So let's count again. Brian Albert, right? Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Colin Albert, Brian Albert Jr. In that household, there's already 5 people. So then we add Julie Albert, Chris Albert, Brian Higgins. Who was the other person? Oh my God, why am I blanking out? Is it because we've been at it for like 4 hours and 31 minutes? Kevin Albert. Well, and I am never going, they're going to have to prove to me, it's going to have to be backwards. They're going to have to prove to me that he wasn't involved, because everything so far that I have stumbled on, it just, it is just yelling Kevin Albert all over the place. So, yeah. So, like, prove to me that he was not involved. How do you do that? I don't know how you're going to do that, because he was supposed to go to work, but he didn't. He was drinking at 11:27. He left the waterfall, and he was drinking since 10:56. So, if you grow up with 4 sisters in a big family and married into the Albert family, you aren't going to cry about being a witness. Yeah. Well, and this is funny because don't forget that the 2 parents, right? The 2 dads, the dad on the Alberts and the dad on the Jen, they knew each other. They lived in the same area prior to moving from where they were to Kenton. So one family moved first, the other one followed later. I told you guys that I did 397 records of genealogy, so I know these people like the back of my hand. So, and their grandparents too. So, what was I gonna say? So Jen's mom, before she graduated high school, passed away. She had been ill for a long time. So when you have 3 sisters that are older than you, guess what's going to happen with those 3 sisters' life? It's pretty much non-existence, because you become the caretaker for the baby sister, right? So they have been doing this for a while. They're tired of Jen. Like, as much as I know that sisters will always love each other and whatever, they've got to be tired of her bullshit, because it's toxic couples, really. Jen, Matt, Brian, Nicole. Well, and don't forget, on Brian Albert's side, there's 7 of them. So there's 1 girl, but there's 7 total boys. That mom is a champion on my book. I mean, somebody ought to kneel down and give her and I'm not talking about the caliber of her children. I'm talking about the fact that she was able to give birth to 6 boys, 1 girl. And yeah. So yeah, I truly believe so. So here we go, Lisa, because I know that you're into this just like I am. But we were watching the waterfall video earlier, and we stumbled. Let me see if I can show you. A little bit earlier, like you came in maybe like 30 minutes or 20 minutes prior to you coming in. We showed how that Toyota is either a Highlander or a 4Runner, older, pulled in into the waterfall at the time that, yeah, perfect. Oh yeah, oh my God. But then I showed a Toyota, also 4Runner, that I showed a picture that is part of the FOIA stuff, that was showing 3 cars. One was the 4-door white Jeep Wrangler JK soft top black that belongs to Jen McCabe, which was parked right in front of Michael Proctor's house. When we looked at that picture, we noticed that one of the cars that is parked on the driveway with Michael Proctor is also a 4Runner. So I know you were the one who actually ID'd or saw that was Julie when she was coming out at the 11, whatever, remember? When you pointed it out to me, and we saw it today too. So today's video has been long, but I have been showing documents from the FOIA thing. So yeah, so what are the odds if we put a beanie on Proctor that the person that is walking in, because he kind of like has a slouch to the side. Proctor does too. Like when you, oh wow, yeah, I haven't left, Charity. I haven't stood up. I actually have to let, both dogs are here sleeping in my room, watching me. So when I look at that video of Kevin Albert coming out with this individual, and you know that it's winter time, right? No Shave November started in November, remember? And some of them have these personalities, almost like chameleons. They switch, they shift. There's in one spring they look a little slimmer, and I am trying to get pictures sent to me because I have a lot of pictures, but I have one picture of Proctor during they're shapeshifters. What was I going to say? Pictures of Proctor. I have one picture of Proctor with a beanie at a hockey game at the Canton ice rink. I want to see if somebody can get me a picture of Proctor with a beanie and a goatee or a beer or some sort of something, because the way the guy sort of walks, like, and he tilts. I don't know if you remember Proctor when he was at Karen's house and he was talking to the other guy, and he said, well, she's more concerned about how she looks on the news than blah 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 blah. Do you remember how he was walking, sort of like moving his shoulder down to the, this guy's moving the same way. So it's almost like how he, so I don't want to jump the gun on that. I want to I have a way to take an image from that picture with my Nikon and overlap it against another, but I'm trying to get more pictures. So, coming in with Kevin Albert, it looked like a flannel, almost like when, the flannel shirts that you throw on top of something. He had something else underneath, but he threw like a flannel shirt, over something, or like something. And he has like a hoodie. Now, when you're chubby-er and a little buffy-er, your face, your demeanor, you look a little older too, right? You're not look as fit. You're not jumping and like even John. Remember that Karen said, well, he always like walks very fast, skips one and takes two, like that kind of thing. Like that's very typical too of people who were into sports. And but then I don't know. I don't know. It's like, what are the odds, man? If that's the case, it's like, what are the damn odds? It's like, why would Proctor not go to 34 Fairview when he was called in the morning that this happened? Proctor lived literally like less than 6 minutes away from 34 Fairview. Why wouldn't he go? Why did Kelleher call Gallagher and didn't call like Kevin Albert, who was like not only family, but he was right there? Why didn't you call Kevin Albert? Why didn't you call, somebody called Lank? Lank showed up. So I don't know. Things are not as simple as they seem. And there is more than a personal interest for this group to come together and unite, unite, because this is a unity. This is an effort to do whatever it is that we have to do to cover for our own or protect our own. This goes beyond the blue wall of whatever. This is major effort here. And let me tell you something. If it was Higgins who did this, they would have thrown him under the bus a long time ago. If Higgins had anything to do with this, like seriously, like he was who provoked the fight, or he was who did this, or he was who threw the last punch, who threw him to the floor or whatever, he would have been outed a long time ago, because he's not family, right? He's not family. Tully just forfeited like a high percentage of his pension. He didn't care about his pension. He just wanted to retire and get the most he could as quick as he could, so he could get out of the MSP before this whole civil trial and lawsuits and countersuits caught him as part of the MSP. The Toyota in the driveway is a fourth generation. I'm an expert in cars. 5-spoke wheel. The wheel which pulled into the waterfall. The wheel. The vehicle which pulled into the waterfall is a 6-spoke wheel. Hold on. Let's see. Yeah, but yeah, no, but I mean, this is a 2000. This is an older Forerunner. This is a 2013, 2014. This is not even a 15 or a 16 Forerunner. This is an older Forerunner. So what that means is, like, any of these rims could be aftermarket. I wouldn't guide myself by the rims. Anything can be replaceable. I mean, the Wrangler, the Jeep that Higgins had, the 6-point-inch aftermarket plow that he had, which was a hydraulic one. I mean, he didn't buy a cheap one. He could have bought one that just, drop it and lift it, but he bought a hydraulic one. And the control for the hydraulic plow on Higgins Jeep was on the driver's seat. I don't know if you know that. But when the cars get older, all of that stuff can get aftermarket. So I'm not so concerned about that. The both Toyotas and Highlanders have the same what do you call it? Back in 2013, 2012, 2014, had a very similar wheelbase. So the only thing that changed was like the Sequoia. The Sequoia has the same wheelbase of the Tundra. It's just that the Sequoia was covered, right? And the Tundra was a truck. But they both had the same damn wheelbase. So, and they rode the same, like trucks. So I don't think so. But I don't know, Sherry. You may be right. You also know about trucks. I consider myself a car expert. Like, I've been around cars for a long time. But I don't know. I'm not sure. Do we want to read this affidavit, or do we leave it for tomorrow? We are already at 1,735 pages of 3,494. But I'm not doing this with you guys. I'm just sharing them with you so everybody has an opportunity to take a peek at them too. I have already read all of these pages a couple of times, not only one, a couple of times. And I have already finished, I told you, the my audit. I already know what my findings are. I already know where the boo-boo is. I know how they did it. I know how they managed to not only did it, but enhanced it. So all I have to do is put the report together. And I'm not going to half-ass it, and I'm not going to shortchange you, and I'm not going to have a 5-hour live to explain it either, because it takes about half an hour. The minute that I finish, that's all it takes. It's half an hour. It's cut and dry, and I don't care if anybody gets a copy of it, because at the end of the day, I feel that I may have put in all the work, like as far as like, putting in time and analyzing and matching and doing what I normally do, which is a combination of strategies and techniques. But we've all done this together. So I think everybody deserves a copy of it. So I'll find a way to link it or share it or something. And if it's just 2 pages at the end of the day, I can just take pictures of it and share them anywhere. So let's see. The REM. Okay, let's just see. When did Kiki drive by on Karen? He called her a weed whacker. My question was before and after Chris' move of Meadows Avenue. Does anyone know? Did Albert send Brian Higgins snooping? That's a good question. So, okay, so I know that Chris Albert moved. It was right around 2019 or 20. No, hold on. It was 2020. It had to be around 2020 because they were having issues. John was having issues to the point that he ended up putting up a fence because Colin, he had the kids like going across his yard and stepping on his grass, remember? And I am very picky with that, because when you have all 4 seasons and you have to endure winter and you have to work on your grass so it looks nice on, unless you have winter grass, but still, even if you have winter grass, you have to work a lot so your grass looks great on spring after you go through a very, unbearable winter. So for people to step on your grass, it's like they have no idea the damage that they're doing, because you're trying to recuperate it. You're pushing water with dead grass. So it's like it makes it worse. So you're trying to level it and make it look pretty. So yeah, I am as picky as John was when it comes to grass. So they were having issues and they were still cutting through his grass and trying to cut corners and whatnot. So I assume it had to be around late 2020, early 2021, but I'm not sure. I'm gonna write that down and see if I can get an exact time. And it may just come to me within these papers. So when Chris Albert moved. And then the other one that you were talking about was, does anyone? No, I'm not sure. Don't forget that Craig Casey was also found dead on the snow in front of John O'Keefe. Remember? And that was December 24, 2018, if I remember correctly. December 24, yes. December 24, 2018, Chris Casey was found dead right on the lawn in front of John's house. It was in the corner of Pleasant Avenue and One Meadows. And it was on the lawn in front of John. And it was like 5 hours after, because the police had gone and they didn't see him. And then 5 hours later, somebody called, somebody's here, and then they found him dead. So I know that it was after that, but I'm going to try to see if I can get the exact time. I want to say it was between 2022 and 2021 that he moved, but I'm not sure. But I know that John moved there in 2017, and Brian Higgins moved to Canton June 5th, 2018. I'm sorry, 2018. Yeah, he moved out in January, the second week of January of 2022, Brian Higgins. So, and then Brian Albert, by, I think it was late September, he had already moved or sold the house, or the house had been sold or something like that. You're right. The sense of, okay, wait, because I'm a little behind. You're right. The sense can change the RAM. My third generation 4Runner has a Toyota Land Cruiser. Yeah, you can change them. And amazing. I'll go back to the beginning. Well, I need to try. We are in search for pictures of, I need more pictures so I can overlap them on this machine and see if it could be a fit, because I need to see more pictures of Proctor with potentially a hockey beanie or a winter beanie and a beer or some sort of goatee. And then I'm pretty confident the 4Runner or the driver is a 4th generation. So when you talk about 4th generation, 3rd generation, when you're talking about like how many times has the body style in the outside has been changed? Because what? Wait, wow, was that sometime? Yep. And then Colin was also cutting into, yeah, and that's why he put up the fence. Now, by the time that I was involved in all of this, that it was, I was there in 2022. I was there in 2023. I didn't go 2022. I was in the area. I did go to the area, but I didn't go to anything related to that. In 2023, April was when they blew the horn about the house loan to Diana Gold. And then I was already following Lana. So I think I want to say that the picture that I have from Proctor is from 2020 I want to say it's from 2023, 2024, late, because that was one of the times that I started looking for it. I started looking for, not because it had anything to do with the video that we're looking at now, but for a different reason. I was putting up my chart together, and a friend of mine got me one. And during one of my visits, I went and I grabbed it. But it doesn't have a beer. It has the beanie. It looks like it's at the ice rink in Canton. But no, it's just a tool. And you just put them and you mash it. It's just a tool. I don't know. I'm more of an expert. I'm an expert in cars, but and one of my kids has one, and we had one a long time ago. But I'm more of a Jeep, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram brand than the Toyotas. The Toyotas last you forever, and they're very dependable. That's the only thing. Is for me is the ride, and I need at least one car, even if I now have one that I can drive on a standard age. I don't care if it's German and the reverse goes first. I don't care, but I need to have one car, at least one car that is not automatic, just for fun. But right now, even if I couldn't drive it, so what are we gonna do? Do we want to go through these things today, or do we want to go through? I want to go through Richard Green's. There's a lot of information in Richard Green's, and I also want to watch the Forensic 4 show from last night because I mean, even if it's just for kicks, but to see what they say. I don't know. That is, nobody has sent me any links, so I guess nothing happened during the weekend that required immediate attention. Hold on. I did connect it with a couple of people, and I'm going to try to see if we can put more minds together to work and come up with more stuff that we can share and link to this thing. But I'll tell you what, it's already 5, and I know that most of my people work in the morning areas, and it's just, but I'm gonna see if I'm gonna take a break. We've been doing this for a good almost 5 hours straight, and I'm gonna let my dogs go and play and get out for a minute, and then depending on the situation, we can either come back to this today, or I'll probably do another hour or two tomorrow morning. But I do want to go. I think it's important we go through the analysis of Richard Green, because what has happened to Richard Green was that, and I don't know if you guys noticed, but trial 2, they pretty much neglected or stopped him from testifying. They argued and did motions and pretty much declared him as not competent, or he wasn't valued enough, and that pissed me off. That pissed me off because it takes a whole lifetime to build a reputation, to build a career, your company, it takes a whole lifetime sometimes, and that demands sacrifice too. That doesn't mean that you're going to graduate high school and you're going to go drink and party and have a great life. No, what that means is that you either sign up with the military, right? Or you go into college and you sacrifice fun for dedication and doing what you have to do before you want to do whatever it is that you want to do. That requires a lot of commitment and effort from an individual. And to try to kill that for Richard Green, it just pissed me off. because one, he wasn't an expert who wasn't competing like head to head with anybody per se. At the end of the day, I don't think that any of the two bossos that were there had the competency, the experience, or the knowledge to compete with the persona or what Richard Green brought to the table. Were they maybe more hip? Yeah. Were they able to maybe convey the message in a more sort of like contempt kind of way that it would like aim and be more accepted by the millenniums and whatever and the newer whatever? Maybe. But I don't think Gen X was the generation which predominated within the jurors. So you can't do that to someone who has years and years of expertise and certifications and education, and you cannot just make a motion and let's declare him incompetent because we like Hyde and whipped cream better. No. Look, even if it's just for that, that pissed me off. That is a form of bully too. You don't do that. If there's anything that I hate more than lies, it's those people who think that they're better than other people. Nobody's better than anybody. Nobody's worse than anybody either. But at the end of the day, if you think that somebody else is your competition and you think that you are somebody else's competition, you're just smoking pot. Skunk pot. Like the cheapest, worst, the worst pot ever. So detox, because nobody's competition and nobody's better than anybody. And nobody's worse than anybody. And everybody occupies a space on this earth. And we are so freaking rightfully entitled to occupy it. So move away, get out of the way. If you're not helping, if you're not going to contribute, move out of the way. Because I will find a way to bring this shit to light somehow, one way or another. I'll continue to work on my report. I just do it at night. So, because it's easier for me to. And, but I promise you, once I have it, everybody's going to get a copy of it. I'm not going to hang on to it. I think we all deserve to know what the heck is going on. And if it's not just to help us now, it may help us in the future, or who knows. But I'm going to bring justice to Richard Green. He didn't deserve that. And that is very unprofessional. And very unprofessional. That's almost like professional mobbing. Have you heard the term? I don't know if you have, but it was pretty popular within different industries, especially like within technology or anything that has to do with communications or anything that plays like an advanced role nowadays is a form of mobbing. All you're doing is trying to destroy, backstab, and kill somebody's hard work and reputation for nothing other than personal gain. And it is the most despicable way of bullying that there is out there. So, alrighty, guys. So, did I show you my widgets the last time? The train, and did I show you? Okay, wait. So we have, at given times we're gonna do, and we're gonna do, and we're gonna do, and maybe we do. We gotta find our kicks somehow, right? Cool. We're gonna leave you. I'm gonna go, and you guys are too. Get up if you're sitting down. I've been standing up for a while now, but I can't sit too long. It's just, I agree. It's like Hank Monkey Memory. Yeah, that was another one that was hurtful. Like, it was hurtful to watch. Like, there's no respect, really. Like, why do people do that? I mean, even if anything else fails, it's just be respectful. It's like, we're gonna keep up with this. Don't think that this is it. We are going to. I don't like doing things halfway, and I really hate mediocrity. So I either do it right or don't. And even though I have finished, I haven't, because I need to be able to put it into either a PowerPoint, some sort of something that allows me to share with everybody and also share it with people on X. If I can find a way to do that, and I'm talking about because of the hand, right? Because of the cast, but I don't want to wait 3 more weeks until they tell me, oh, you gotta stay with the cast, or I don't want to. So what I'm hoping is, I have a couple of my cousins are coming over in a couple of days, and what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna tell them, you're gonna sit down on my computer and you're gonna write this down and you're gonna do this and you're gonna do that. And I'm hoping they help me put this thing together. And then if I have it with the receipts attached, like every time that I bring something up, I'm gonna show where did I bring that up from. And that way you guys have the statement and support documentation at the same time, because you need to know, I'm not just going to sit here. Yes, this is what my conclusion is, and I'm not going to show you where did I get that from. I have to show you where that comes from, because otherwise I'm just gaslighting you guys, right? Like, yeah, it's easy to be here in front of a computer and have somebody over here like mocking me and telling me, here, say this, say that. No. That doesn't work in this household. So I'm going to show my work, and I'm going to tell you why I think what I think, and I'm going to expose what I believe is wrong. And once we get that done, we are going to then reconvene and have fun. And then we're going to have to find something else to talk about, because I truly believe that if that actually comes out, it's going to help Karen. And that's another thing. We're going to also have to find a way to send this and share it with the defense team. So, but yeah, awesome sauce. Cool. Waterfall video, Toyota Highlander. Yeah, it is. It's an older. No, I don't think it's a Toyota Highlander. The way that I overlapped the last pictures, and that's why I put that comment there. It looks more like a 4Runner. Don't forget the angle in which these cameras are aiming at whatever it is that they're capturing, right, on their aim. Sometimes distorts the image. It's just like Kevin Albert. Do you know how many faces Kevin Albert has throughout the last 8-10 years? I mean, the guy has like lost weight, gained weight, gotten bald, and then he has a hat, and then he has a beard, and then he has a. Look at it again. Look at the back. Don't look at the front, because depending on the year, the front is what changes. It's the grill, not so much the back. So, but that's why we need the pictures, so we can overlap them and see and get to a conclusion as far as what we think it is. But that person, I need to see him on a beanie. I need to see a beard. I need to see if it matches. And yeah. Have a great evening too, D-Mart. Okay, peeps. I'll see you all later. I can't say that I'm tired, but I have been talking for 5 hours, even though we did take a break. So enjoy. Have a good evening. Dinner. Don't forget to eat something healthy or whatever you want. It doesn't matter. You can do whatever you want. You're all adults. I will see you all later, and hopefully tomorrow I'll be able to come back, and if you guys make me company, I'll appreciate it. Cool. I'm going to take you out. Come on, let's go.